Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of Mainframe Comic-Con. This is Hall D. It is Sunday, August 16th. I am your director, Drew Manchu, and we're going to be doing some fantastic panels today. We're going to start off at noon with our Kids Comics panel, hosted by Norm Harper. We're going to move into Immortal Studios afterwards, and we're going to be doing a Chip Zdarsky spotlight, as well as a Jason Spisak spotlight. Later on today, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of Mad Cave spotlights, including Stargazer, Dryfoot, and Villainous. Before that, we're going to get an exclusive variants panel hosted by Two Brothers Podcast with some fantastic variant cover artists. At the end of the day, John Suntress is going to come and talk to us about Neotext. It's going to be a great day, gang. We're going to go ahead and jump right into it. Before we do, just a couple notes for you. HeroInitiative.org. You see it scrolling across the bottom of the screen. If you are on the website, there is a big green button underneath of the player. Click that button and give us all your money. Yes, the Hero Initiative is the only 100% charity for creators in the comic book industry. There is no union. Let's make sure we're supporting these folks. It's a good cause. We're going to be giving you a whole lot of free entertainment all day long, as well as the exhibitor button, which is a green button underneath the player where you can buy comics. That's right. You can buy comics at this virtual Comic-Con and original art. Tons of great things to see there. In addition, we also have a couple of variants, con exclusives. You can find those under the con exclusive button. And you can also find our Scout Comics exclusives at bit.ly/Scout Mainframe. These are only four books for only $40. There are only 100 of each set, and 100% of those benefit the Hero Initiative. So be sure to go and check those out. I'm going to go ahead and get out of your hair and turn you guys over to the Kids Comics panel. When we get cut back from this little video clip, Norm's going to be here to let you guys know what's up.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the Kids Comics panel. We're going to be talking creating kids comics with a bunch of really wonderful creators. I'm a creator myself. I write kids comics, Ricky, Hap Haven, and some stuff for adults, the sequels from Fanbase Press. So let's go ahead and bring in our panelists. Let's go alphabetically and start with Bobby Timony, creator of Night Owls and Monster of the Winter.
Hey,
Bobby.
Doing good. How are you? Well introduced.
Thanks for joining us. We also have then Lori and Mel, creator of Digital Detective here.
Hello.
How are y'all doing? Thanks for joining us. Okay. Then Michael Northrop coming in, Dear Justice League. And then the camera is weird. All right, there we go. And Tintin also joining us, artist on Unplugged and Unpopular. Got that. Hello. I'm a little disorganized. I apologize. It's early.
It's okay.
Thanks for coming in, guys.
Hi. Thanks for having us.
So let's start with what draws you guys to create material for kids. And do you remember the first time you created for an audience that you weren't in the demographic for? Because obviously, the age range. Bobby, talk to me about creating kids comics.
I guess the draw of creating kids comics for me is because I guess my brother and I were kids when we discovered comics and started making our own comics, and so we were always working on comics that appealed to us as kids. So we started out drawing comics of our favorite TV shows like Scooby-Doo, and eventually we started making our own characters. Like we'd look around our room and find a plush stuffed animal and like assign it a character and draw it into our comics. And so for me, the appeal of the kid comics is like my greatest love for comics was when I was a kid. So it feels sort of like recapturing that magic when I'm making kids comics.
Lauren, how about you?
So I was actually before Debbie Pearl
And for that, I had actually been doing educational comics, but I saw my comics being much more for adults. And Mel and I both kind of got roped into doing kids comics by a mutual friend of ours. And I don't know, it's been kind of magical though. Once we started doing it, we were like, oh, creating for kids is a lot of fun. And I don't know, they're very open about the kinds of stories that you can tell them. And I don't know, they're very like funny, and kids are very funny. And are kind of willing to just kind of like read whatever bizarre story you're going to throw at them. It's a lot of fun.
So Mel, when you and Lauren were roped in, was that your first time creating kids comics?
Yes.
Also?
My previous work was more prose and definitely for adults. So it was a change, but it was really fun. I kind of feel like I'm a big kid really at heart. So, and it's fun to kind of create things that I would have liked to read as a middle grader or younger.
Cool.
Yeah.
Michael.
Well, I worked at Sports Illustrated Kids magazine for 12 years. And that was, it's like how that works is you apply to work at Sports Illustrated and you end up working at Sports Illustrated Kids. And but they were, we were quite serious about, the age range. We used to do the focus groups, the reader groups, where the kids were behind like a one-way mirror, like as if they're tiny little criminals. And, we watch them, and, read the magazine and ask questions about, and we're extremely serious about writing for that really bullseye, like 8 to 12 year old range. And it was really something that was fun for me. And in school, I was into poetry, that was my major. If you want to kick me off the panel right now, but I found it very similar. Like how you have to be extremely conscious of your vocabulary and things like sentence length and stuff like that. And I really enjoyed that. And so when I began writing for myself, on the weekends, that was something I gravitated towards immediately.
And Tintin.
Yeah, on the art side, I grew up on superhero comics, but later on, my art style just naturally gravitated towards kids comics. They were just so much simpler and, I don't know, seemed more appealing. So I gravitated towards them. Yeah,
great.
Towards them.
So next question, we'll stay with you, Tintin. You say your art style just sort of appealed to them. So when you're in the process of creation, are you thinking about the child as a reader, or are you just sort of drawing to for yourself and it works out that way?
Oh, it's both. I'm trying to create an appealing character with very broad gestures and easy to read expressions for kids. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely trying to appeal to the kid reader, but mm-hmm. create a character that I could act through as well.
The rest of you, are you thinking about the child as the audience member, or are you creating for yourself? Michael?
Yeah, I'm mostly creating for myself. I feel like, my artist on Dear Justice League is, you can see sort of the style, is Gustavo Duarte from Brazil. And it's funny because I grew up in, Northwestern Connecticut, and he grew up in Brazil, but we had very much the same touchstones for superheroes, especially writing superheroes for this age, which is like Super Friends and, those first couple Superman movies and things like that. And so it was really writing for myself, thinking about myself as a young, superhero fan, encountering, these characters maybe for the first time. So it was really, I was writing for myself in sort of that hazy memory sort of way. So there's definitely a retro thing to it, but it's just we just wanted to have fun, and we wanted to believe if we were having fun making it, then kids would have fun, reading it.
And Mel and Lauren, obviously, Debbie and Pearl has an element of education to it. So when you're writing, you're obviously thinking about that element. But then for the story and those sorts of elements, is it more for yourself or for the audience? the intended audience?
I would say it's absolutely for ourselves. I mean, we're writing because we're making jokes that we think are funny. We're like, oh, let's pull in that really weird thing and see if Katie Lingerie, our artist, will want to draw that. I would say the first round is definitely like, what do we find sparks, some interest, and if we find funny, what puns do we want to put in today? Like what weird imagery. So the first round is definitely for us. But again, we're accessing kind of our own inner children. So if I would have liked it as 12-year-old Melanie, then 47-year-old Melanie, just an accomplice in the whole thing.
Sure.
Yeah, we're definitely like always trying to crack each other up with stuff like the three of us have our own like Slack channel where we're always constantly.
Oh my God, it's so fun.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. But we definitely do a lot of like, what will Katie think is funny? Like what will Katie think is fun to draw?
The cat cafe was all. Katie will love this.
Yeah.
And Bobby, how about yourself? Do you think more about the audience, or you just when you write and draw, is it to entertain yourself more? Bobby,
I think your audio,
Bobby. We lost your audio, Bobby.
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
All right, I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
I have a twin brother. His name's Peter, and we collaborate a lot. We also obviously grew up together, so I think we have a strong sense of what appealed to us when we were kids, and I think that stuff still appeals to us today. So we just sort of go by that. We get into a very childish mind frame when we play together. So when we get together and we're working on our books and stuff, if we're loving it, then I think it's a safe bet some kids will love it too. So
great. So the kids label is often used as like the label can be used as a limitation, and somebody will say like, oh, that's just for kids, sort of dismissively. Do you think there's any sort of story that can't be for kids? Do you think there are limitations like that? And conversely, are there advantages to telling stories for kids that you can't find in stuff aimed at adults?
It's a strange question because, like, obviously there's things you don't want to show to kids, but as far as what kids can handle, I think a lot of stories that are traditionally for kids are really kind of dark when you look at them, and there's been an effort in modern times to sort of clean that up a little bit, but a lot of the stories that my brother and I grew up in were pretty dark and scary, and I'll think of one instance, Watership Down cartoon.
Oh, yeah.
I love that book.
Scarred a lot of kids, but like my grandmother would be like, oh, it's a cartoon, watch this, and then she'd go away and we'd watch it and we'd be like, but but we're fine. So I don't know, I don't want to do anything in my stories that's gonna upset any parents, but at the same time I don't really want to dumb it down too much for kids, because kids have a keen sense for when they're being talked down to, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's
that's great. Tintin, what do you think in terms of the limitations of writing for kids, or do you think there's any kind of stories that can't be handled in that demographic?
Yeah, in terms of themes, I think kids can process a lot of stuff from the darker stuff. But in terms of content, you have to differentiate between what the publishing industry is prepared to allow versus what you think kids can handle. And the publishing industry side of it is much more limited to what they'll allow kids to actually be to what's going to be featured in kids comics. So of course the content is going to be much more limited, like in terms of the stories. But I think kids are capable of processing a lot of dark stuff, like what Bobby said. Mm-hmm. And a lot of darker content, or at least not just darker content, but just more diverse content. Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. One of the things that I was thinking about when you're talking was, Grimm's fairy tales, or like, and how incredibly dark those are. And really grisly in some cases, and it's just like, and those were that was the original like kids media right there. And in a sense, like we've retreated a little from that, where there's this pretty modern conception of like children as very fragile and needing to be sort of sheltered, from the the big bad world, as opposed to prepared for the big bad world. And I think, yeah, like what Tintin said is true. I mean, it's a question of what kids are prepared for, and in fact what they're interested in, and what sort of the gatekeepers feel like is appropriate to dole out to them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I think kids are ready and really eager to explore the realities of living in this world, and things like themes like death and stuff like that, which in a lot of cases they'll be sheltered from, but will just make them more curious about that. So I think that as creators, there's stuff that there's nothing we can't approach. It's just a question of how strategically you feel like you have to approach that, to produce the finished product that's going to be acceptable.
Mm-hmm. And Lauren and Mel?
I was just going to bounce off what everybody said. Is that I think that kids do understand so much more than we realize. Remembering what I was like, what we were like as kids, you do actually are quite aware of things, and then getting to represent these things and realities of life and story gives them a language and a way to articulate maybe the feelings they haven't processed yet, or things they're actually trying to understand themselves.
Yeah, and trying to talk to them about things that they're already aware of, kind of on their level. Like we talk a lot in Debbie and Pearl about like screens and just sort of like the positives and the negatives of the technology that kids constantly have access to. And it's just important to, and I think our editors were helpful in this case.
We had great editors.
Yeah, in terms of just saying like, well, talk about like the great things about iPhones and social media, and like not just the negative aspects of it. And we were like, oh yeah, it is important that we talk about like that we really like lean into the positives of what they're experiencing as well as the pitfalls.
Let's build on how you were talking to the audience in Debbie and Pearl. Debbie and Pearl is an educational comic in addition to having a great entertaining story. Can you talk a bit about how you balanced the lesson with the entertainment?
Let Lauren lead that.
So Debbie and Pearl's a little funny just because it's supposed to be like very explicitly educational. And so the educational context is like it's super text, like whoo, right there. And so a lot of it was so Mel and I actually like had not done a lot of coding. When
so fun to write a book about coding.
Yeah. I knew how to like code HTML to like fix the broken CMS at work. That was kind of it. And so a lot of the content was just about like how we would explain things to each other.
Yeah.
And so that was a big part of it.
If I could understand it, I was like, then we're good. The 8-year-olds will be fine. If you can tell them how this works, great.
They already know more than we do.
They do.
And so, for a lot of us, it was just like, is this interesting to us? Is this exciting to us? Like, are we getting bored? Are we getting overwhelmed? And the other thing is, Katie, who was our co-creator, she does these amazing like isometric diagrams. And one of the things that we did was we just like, well, once we realized that Katie was really good at this, we were able to sort of create a lot of content that was specifically geared toward that. And Katie's diagrams are just like so great and so easy to read, and she's really great with symbolic language, and that just really helped make the education content flow, make it clearer, and make it clearer, like when it's like, oh yes, this is a coding section. Be aware.
We also had we were very, very lucky to have someone with a unique skill set of being a comics maker, a coder, and what else does Sean do as a puppeteer? He's John Marnie. He's a comics creator, and he also he actually has been a programmer for, I think that's what his job is. He's like 10 years or something. Yeah. So he came in and he was able to, one, not think we were crazy, and two, come in and like, okay, let's figure out this thing with the robot and the plant lady, and and help us through all just to make sure everything that we wrote and had included was on point.
Great. Michael, with Dear Justice League, you were working with legacy characters, and obviously, like I think probably every kid is familiar with Superman, Batman, but you've got some characters in there that Dear Justice League might be the reader's like first introduction to them. Did that weigh on you and Gustavo? Or change like how you approached the writing?
You know, honestly, I feel like it sort of it worked well with how we were approaching creating this book, in that we were sort of using, you know, our own sort of early touchstones with these characters as sort of starting points. You know, so a sort of, you know, a little bit sunnier, a little bit more retro approach than, you know, some of the sort of, you know, grimmer modern takes on some of these characters, right? So, you know, Batman, for example, has evolved into a very, you know, dark character, dealing grimly with grim problems in a city that seemingly never sees sunlight, right? Whereas ours is just a little bit more grumpy, right? You know what I mean? He's like a little bit less Ultimate Predator and a little bit more Eeyore element there. You still want to acknowledge, right, like the darkness and, you know, the core of the character who is, you know, haunted by the death of his parents into becoming a vigilante, right? So it's like you don't want to stray too far from that. But again, we wanted to present it in a way that was consistent with what we first loved about these characters, right? So yeah, Batman, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, even Aquaman, you know, kids probably pretty familiar with, but like, you know, Hawkgirl, for example, or our specific, we use Simon Boz for Green Lantern, and Cyborg, some kids might not be as familiar, things like that. So again, it was just a question of the feel, you know, so we had a somewhat more, you know, positive retro feel for these characters, and I feel like it was consistent throughout the team. And that's what we wanted to do, and I feel like that we also felt like that would be a good introduction for these characters for younger readers, if it was their introduction.
And so you mentioned like the darker elements of Batman. The follow-up book you guys have coming, Dear Supervillains, I assume that's sort of like your guiding principle there too? Can we talk about that? Did I ruin anything?
No, not at all. I'm happy. Yeah, that's coming in April.
That's been announced, right?
Yeah, April 6th. And it's interesting because it's a different vibe. You know what I mean? Even like the color palette, we're looking at the coloring passes now, and it's like less big, you know, primary reds and yellows, blues, and more, you know, greens and purples and blacks, and even to the extent where it's a little wordier. You know, they're a little bit, you know, a little bit more words, bigger, you know, captions, you know, dialogue bubbles and stuff. It's intentionally a less friendly book, and the idea there is that kids are very interested. We touched on this a little in darker stuff, in the bad guys, in things that are a little bit dangerous. And this, of course, is just a super safe environment for them to explore that. Like, why are these people interesting to kids? And in this book, just like Dear Justice League, we've got kids writing into the characters. So you have a kid who writes into Superman is going to use their full name. It's going to be very open and sharing because they feel it's safe. They write into Sinestro, maybe they just use like an alias or just like a last initial, and they're like, their question's a little more guarded. They're not going to share anything about themselves. And that was really interesting. Like, what is interesting about bad, dangerous things to kids? Like, and of course, like, is it like The Far Side? It was like, what's so fascinating about my forbidden closet of mystery? You know, like, it's always been that way. And so we wanted to explore it, but we wanted to do it and with a different feel, a little bit more darker, more dangerous. I mean, it's a very safe walk on the wild side, but it was fun to like take the same concept and have like a fully different vibe, because it's the different aspects of appeal, superheroes, supervillains, right? They're all of our, like, you know, yin and yang, you know, ego, but like for kids especially, they're fascinating, but they're fascinating in different ways. And we wanted it to be a a different book.
Great. So kids comics are dominating the comic market right now. You look at the sales charts and the YA graphic novels, the middle grade graphic novels are huge. But for several decades, the mainstream comic market was really catering to the adult fan. Do you think there's a generational shift that's happened, or something that's gotten today's kids more into comics than the kids back in the 90s would have been? Or do you think maybe the mainstream comic market was just underserving that market? Tintin, let's start with you.
I think the audience was always there. There was always Archie comics and, internationally Tintin and Asterix and manga, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's new now is, first of all, the creation of YA and middle grade, the explosion of those in the mainstream publishing industry, which is the paperback trade market and not the direct market. And secondly, I think because publishers have been getting into those categories, they started graphic novels in those categories with Raina Telgemeier's books, and those just opened the floodgates for graphic novels in the trade market, in the mainstream trade market. So other publishers are following suit, and I think manga also had a lot to do with that, with opening a lot of kids to graphic novels and comics in general. So those movements are contributing to what's going on in the publishing industry now with the explosion of kids comics. And yeah.
Lauren?
Yeah, I mean, I have to echo what Tintin said about just the manga boom.
Sure.
I mean, I know growing up in the 80s and 90s, there wasn't, I wanted to read comics. There was not, there wasn't even a comic book store in the town where I grew up. I would sometimes get like little snatches of comics from like a babysitter or something, or I had a friend who had like a big, room full of comics, and so when I would go to his house, I would read all of his comics. And I remember like being a teenager and finally being able to like buy Sailor Moon and like saving up all of my money for those very expensive Sailor Moon volumes. But yeah, I mean, and webcomics, like I think it was really clear that there was just like a real hunger for young people to be reading comics. And I'm working with a lot of kids right now over Zoom during quarantine. And they're just like, it's so wonderful to see like how excited they are about everything. Like they'll just pick up Dogman and start reading it to me over the camera. And like I can't imagine
that's great.
happening when I was 7. Like I can't imagine just like wanting to read like a book to an adult.
Mel?
Yeah. We talked about this before the panel, but I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. Also, I feel my theory is that, older nerds are now having children and they're raising them the culture of comics are cool. I mean, kids come to our house and there's like comics and toys everywhere. They just are like so excited to be at Auntie Mel and Uncle Sam's house. So it's kind of funny. And I just think kids have a natural inclination to express via pictures. And when they start to read, that just kind of folds in to, how they want to express themselves. So to see that in a book is probably really, really thrilling as a young reader and older reader.
Michael, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, just like everyone said, like the demand was always there. It's just like it was harder to get comics, for kids to get those comics. I mean, like when I was a kid, you could keep up with the main comic titles like in your pharmacy, X-Men and Daredevil,
Mm-hmm.
and it got to the point where you go into a comic shop and there are dozens and dozens of new titles every week, and half a dozen Batmans, and it's just like, okay, which Batman title is this? And this is number 137, and the last one I have, I think it was 133. It's hard for a kid, a casual, to like dip in and out of that, and it's very daunting. You go into the stores and you see this huge proliferation of not necessarily familiar characters in unfamiliar ways. But then when those, comics, became available, like Scholastic book fairs, bookstores, places where kids were comfortable, where kids were going, the demand was always there. Like, kids love comics. Like, it's weird we even have to say it. Like, kids have always loved comics, right?
Yeah.
It's just a question of like the supply chain kind of failed them. Like, there was no good way to get comics to a ton of kids who all wanted them. And now with there's like Captain Underpants and stuff, and now Dogman and stuff, but like through those things where it's like now you can get it in the schools, now you can get it in the the kids section at Barnes and Noble, at the Scholastic Book Fair. Now you can get them, and they always wanted them. It was just harder to get.
Bobby?
I'm not sure what I can add to this that people haven't already said.
Yeah. We're a very united panel.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds ridiculously old-fashioned to say I got my comics at the drugstore, but that's what Pete and I used to do. There's a drugstore on the way to school.
A copy of Batman.
Yeah, and the drugstore owner would actually not open the comics till we got there, so we could flip through them and stuff. And but I think kids sort of got priced out of the market because comic prices kept getting bigger, and they got more less. You couldn't buy them anywhere. You had to go to comic shops. So finding a comic shop nearby was always a big event, wherever you were. And yeah, they just got harder to get. As an adult, you could drive to wherever the comic shop was. But as a kid, like if it wasn't in range of your bicycle, what are you gonna do? So.
Well, so on the topic of buying comics when you were a kid, what was your favorite stuff to read back then, and why?
The first comic I ever subscribed to, because they were hard to find, was Uncle Scrooge, and we liked Uncle Scrooge and Donald Duck comics the best. My grandmother had this hamper full of comics under her stairs that my aunt used to read. And whenever we went to our grandmother's house, we would always dig through that hamper full of comics. And it was full of a lot of Archie comics and Harvey comics, like Baby Huey and Hot Stuff, Casper the Friendly Ghost, that sort of stuff. So those are the comics I grew up on.
Mel?
My uncle actually gave me and my brother a big box of old comics from when he was a kid. So I grew up on Spider-Man and Daredevil and Spider-Girl, I think. So just wildly inappropriate for a 10-year-old. We love them. We just we sit around and just work through them. Here, that's your turn. You read that. So that's what I grew up on.
Lauren, you mentioned reading the comics at the... I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I read Sailor Moon.
Sailor Moon.
Yeah, when I was a kid, it was mostly newspaper comics, so it was a lot of the Far Side. I had those calendars.
Yes.
A Far Side comic every day. I love the Far Side.
So classic.
Tintin?
Archie comics, and I grew up partially in Indonesia, so they had a lot of translated Japanese stuff from the early 90s and the late 80s, well, the 80s and the 70s, so that translated manga and Archie.
Cool.
Michael, what'd you grow up reading?
Well, so I grew up in Salisbury, Connecticut, so it's right in the corner of the state, and it's pretty rural, small town. So the closest comic book store was in Torrington, Connecticut. It was like 45 minutes away, so we'd maybe make the trip like once a month or something. And it was called My Mother Threw Mine Away, was the name of the comic book store, which I will come back to. But it was X-Men was like by far the biggest because it was the cool one. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it was what the cool kids were reading, and the cool kids were reading comics, right? And so like you wanted to read it in time to be part of the conversation. It's like so definitely Uncanny X-Men was the big one. Wolverine was the cool guy. Mm-hmm. But Salisbury, Connecticut, as far away from everything as it is right next door to Sharon, Connecticut, which is where Mirage Studios was. And Mirage Studios was where Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
So some of the first comics I read were these like oversized, beautiful black and white indie comics called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know what I mean? And it was just this weird happenstance, and loved it. Had a poster on my wall when people didn't know what it was really. No, honestly, it took off fast. But like those first couple coming out of Sharon, Connecticut, right next door, were amazing. And it was amazing to me as a reader, but also just thinking like, wow, like your next door neighbor could be making comics. You know what I mean? Like, which meant you could be making comics, you know, like, yeah.
So the flip side of that question, are there any modern kids comics that you wish you would have had as a kid that if you could get in a time machine and hand something to your younger self, what would that be and why? We'll start with you, Michael. Yeah, and work backwards.
I think I really would have loved something like my favorite series, which just ended, was Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, Matt Fraction's run on that. Just amazing. And the thing about it was, because Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen was actually like an old, like, golden age title, and this is just like a modern take on it. But it's so funny, and it's so like meta and irreverent. And of course, you know, when I was a kid, that stuff was a long way down the road. You know what I mean? Like a comic making fun of it being a comic, or, you know, whatever, making fun of the panel structure. Never saw anything like that. But it would have been great to see that, to like see people acknowledging like the medium, you know what I mean? Like, and just being a little humorous about it, a little less super serious. Though I like that too. But yes, one of those like fun modern comics that's a little irreverent and meta in a way that just did not exist when I was a kid.
Tintin, what do you wish you could have read as a child that's like a modern comic?
Well, there's a ton of manga out right now that I would have loved as a kid. Just too many to mention. But also, I grew up on the Sweet Valley Twins, so maybe the Babysitters Club comics, and you know, Reina's comics, and a lot of YA titles that are coming out now. I would have loved as a kid, or borderline YA, like that Sleepless comic, Sleepless from Image. It was kind of a romance fantasy, and The Prince and the Dressmaker, that kind of stuff. Very kind of romantic, soft, pretty stuff.
Mel, how about you?
I also have to echo about Raina Telgemeier's work. I would have loved to read that when I was a girl. And also Lumberjanes. I just started that, and I'm like, dang it.
Yes.
Wish I'd had this.
Lauren?
Yeah, there's so much amazing stuff. Sleepless totally would have been my jam when I was a kid. There's so many books like that I feel like I would have been super into. I feel like I'm definitely the person who, like, the annoying person who keeps raiding the children's comics from the library, and then like that I could return them and get them back into an actual child's hands. But you know, it's I definitely would have been like very into like all of the like beautiful epic stories that are coming out right now. I definitely would have liked Phoebe and her unicorn as a kid. I love that like the main characters are such jerks. And I feel like I would have found that really satisfying as a kid to be reading this like pretty girl and her pretty unicorn who was just like total everybody. And I just like it's still like I bet I've already said this, but like it's so magical watching kids read Dogman. Because it just like I see how it empowers them to feel like they can make comics too. And when they're drawing Dogman and Petey and all of those strange contraptions, like I feel like they feel like they've really got control over something. And I just think that would have been a really magical experience to have had myself as a child.
Nice. Bobby, how about you?
I don't think I would waste that opportunity to time travel on comics. I would go back and I'd be like, here's some tech stocks to invest in. And I probably would bring some comics. Actually, this may sound a little self-serving, and I apologize, but I think it'd be really neat to go back and show my younger self the comics that I'm making now, because I feel like that'd be really inspiring to see. Look at the level you could be working at if you just keep at it. You know, keep drawing, and you know you could be making awesome stuff like this. Yeah, I'd go back. I guess I didn't need the encouragement because I ended up drawing that way anyway, but it would have been nice.
Yeah. What if like young you didn't like them?
What?
what if your younger self didn't like the books?
Listen, Pete and I would have gotten nuts. We would have gotten absolutely bonkers. We'd be running around the room like this.
Right.
Like that. You're gonna have to take notes.
So we were talking earlier, part of why kids comics are so popular now is that they are available in the schools and libraries, but still a lot of like teachers and librarians kind of like look down on the comic format. They wouldn't consider it like real reading. What would you recommend to help a child or a parent convince their teacher that a comic can count as just as much as a novel? Tintin?
I'm sure there are statistics out there that show, kids being introduced to comics and, excelling at school or something. A lot of what I know is anecdotal, is that it helps a lot of difficult readers or people, kids having difficulty with traditional prose stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot more enticing to them to read with pictures, maybe because they process information differently. But it's just another way of reading, of processing information and gleaning knowledge. I don't know how to put it in words. Yeah.
Michael, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, just sort of bouncing off of what Tintin just said. I was dyslexic, and I did not do a lot of reading for myself until quite a bit later. I was held back in second grade, repeated second grade, and spent that year mostly just reading and rereading the same few picture books in a corner. I might as well have had a dunce cap on. It was a pretty, like the educational approach I like to call the read damn you approach. You know what I mean? Like we're just taking traditional texts and just trying to stuff you through a round peg through a square hole. And this kind of visual storytelling, I mean, is really, I feel like it can be a game changer for kids with different levels of ability. Dyslexia, like many of them are, they're on a spectrum. Some kids more severe than others. But this is something that can really be, that first rung on a ladder for a lot of kids with a lot of different things. And it's not just, dyslexia or, English as a second language or whatever the situation might be. My Dear Justice League is broken up into chapters for the individual characters. And I put the Superman chapter first because it's really almost exclusively visual. There's sound effects and stuff, but for kids at a time, you're following the story visually and as opposed to through dialogue or through text. And I did that intentionally because some kids are going to pick up that book and flip through and see if this is something that's comfortable, for them. You know what I mean? And I wanted to have the easiest possible runway for the rest of the book where, there is more text, there is more, but I wanted to think about it very consciously, like what kind of reading experience is this for what kind of reader? I think that's something. And it's also, the other thing is like, it's not the 1800s, right? It's not an analog world. Like these comics teach, visual storytelling, right? And that's so pertinent to how people get their information now. A big screen, a small screen, interactively, so many different ways. I mean, this is really pertinent to the world we live in.
Mel?
I totally agree. I feel like every time I hear someone says that comics aren't a legit literature, I get so mad. No, but kids are drawn a narrative, and what does it matter how they access it? I feel like, and I think it's like, again, it's just a nice way to segue into like chapter books or large straight prose. And who knows what's going on else when they have to like track their eyes on a page, how we integrate the art with the text. I just think there's so many things that happen in your brain when you access comics. We incorporate sounds, music, movement, through art, and it's really magical. Like I would have to say, like, let me talk to your librarian, please, and then we'll go from there.
Bobby, how about you?
I think that the question might be a little outdated these days because I don't know that most adults.
Look, I'm trying.
Comics are. No, I'm sorry. I'm not. I think times are changing, and most people accept comics as a valid form of reading these days. It's not like it was even 10 or 20 years ago. And I think there's a lot of competition in terms of entertainment. Like there's so many more options for entertainment for kids out there these days that anything with reading in it is going to be, the parents are going to be like, well, all right, even if it is a comic book, at least it isn't some mobile game where they're spending all their parents' money on microtransactions, you know? Like a comic book, you pay for it once and you get to keep it forever, and there's words in it. So I feel like adults these days recognize the value of that more than they used to. I mean, you'll always have your snobs, but I think they're outliers now.
Lauren, you.
I still know people who are skeptical about comics.
You think? I might be living in a bubble. I probably am. Who knows?
Yeah, I definitely there are some quarters where that's still an open question. I would definitely recommend that they ask a 10-year-old about Nathan Hale.
Yeah.
Skeptical about whether comics are actual reading. I've had kids tell me that they like sneak Nathan Hale when they don't want them to. But, you know, there's violence in those stories. Some parents don't want their kids reading about the Donner Party, but it's great.
Why ever not?
Yeah, what if you're in that situation? You got to make those horrible choices. Like at least they'll be prepared.
Where else are they going to learn?
Food.
Right?
Exactly. You too can be accountable.
Right? And you have to have that conversation. Like, son, they burn the mountains, and I'm dead. I want you to eat me. I want you to do it.
Yeah.
So, Bobby, you mentioned all the competition for a child's attention. The video games, apps, we think about like a very digital world, but sales kind of show that the kids still prefer a print book because that way outsells the digital versions. Do you think that's true, that the kids still like to have a physical book in their hand, or do you think they're just as comfortable with digital comics in general?
I mean, it depends on the kid, obviously, but I think that the collector mentality has always appealed to people who like comics, so I feel like that might have something to do with it. So I think the kids that are into comics might also be into collecting things. So I know I would prefer a physical comic book to a digital one. Not that, I mean, like my iPad's great and comics look awesome on it, but there's just something about having that paper, and I think that's universal to adults and kids.
Lauren?
Personally, I like both. I don't really have a personal preference. I'm definitely a person though who, like, when I open up my physical comic, I'm like, why can't I zoom in? Zoom.
Someday.
But I think that screens can be really overwhelming, and I think that that's true for kids too. When you consume so much media on the screen, sometimes it can just be like a relief for your eyeballs to look at something on a paper comic and actually like see the words like across the page. I know, like, as I get older, my vision gets like weirder and weirder. That it can be hard to focus on screens for long periods of time. And I feel like kids just kind of naturally, like, they don't even necessarily like think about it. They just kind of go for their preferences. And if the preference is a book, then that's just what they're going to do. They're not even thinking about the why.
Yeah. Mel, what do you think?
I agree. I always prefer paper, but books take up space, so
Yeah,
I will revert to ebook if I have. We've already got too many books in this place. I mean, you don't see them behind me because they're all behind the camera, but we have many books. So, but my preference is paper.
Tenzin, how about you? Go ahead.
Yeah. I think it's mostly parents and librarians. I think print is driven by the traditional buyers, the parents and the librarians who want to buy books for their kids. I think kids these days, though, they're really gravitating towards digital. I see kids on Webtoons and Tapas, those big webcomic aggregators. They're reading manga online. So I don't know if kids prefer or distinguish between print and digital necessarily. I think there's going to be a big generational shift towards digital comics coming, soon.
Michael?
Now, at the end of the panel, like the arguments start. But I disagree on that to an extent. I mean, it's definitely like kids are comfortable with comics now, consuming comics online. but ownership is really, really powerful for kids. This is something, I was a young adult novelist before I started doing graphic novels.
Cool.
And when digital readers started, coming out, gaining, market share, the YA industry was in a panic. They thought these teens would certainly go to e-readers. It was more economical. It was easy. They were already reading a ton of stuff, on their phones and stuff. And it really has not, the YA hardcover, especially specifically like hardcover, expensive YA novel market has been tremendously resilient because teens like to own things for themselves that reflect their identity, right? It is a little bit like a collector thing, but in, middle grade too, I mean, you don't have that much stuff, and the stuff you have is important to you. And like I've been involved with some charities like my very own library through Scholastic, which gets kids, in some cases, their first book that they own themselves or the first book in their house. And they've done studies and they've responded to studies showing how meaningful that can be in terms of like how that projects forward for literacy and reading habits and stuff like that. But owning a book or owning comics, owning something that is really meaningful to you, that you really relate to, can be a really powerful thing. And for younger kids and even through teens, it's pretty powerful thing to own this and say, this is something I value and I want to have physically.
Great. So you've worked in books, magazines for kids. Let's talk sort of like information exchange. Is there any lessons that you think kids comics can take from any other media that's traditionally aimed at kids, and vice versa? Would you like to see other media maybe pick up some lessons from kids comics?
Well, I think that is like the success of kids comics has been finally like the book industry coming around and saying, well, maybe this, maybe if we offered them this also. It's amazing to me. It took so long really to get kids comics in that really mainstream distribution channels. You know what I mean? Like get them in the bookstores and the book fairs and the school and library markets. Publishers have school and library marketing teams, specifically like a Random House will have Random House School and Library Marketing division, and their job is to get those books to schools and libraries. And for the longest part, like it just wasn't the comics were not a big part of the offering. It was not something it was like an afterthought. They'd always marketed books in a certain kind of book, middle grade book to the schools and libraries, and it took them forever to get around to being like, throw this one on. And then of course the demand just sort of like flipped the script because it was proved to be so popular. But I feel like just that hesitation needs to vanish. Like the idea that there's this one, educationally or whatever superior product, novels, and then there's graphic novels. I think like we've said, I think some of that is already going away. But it just feels like they were two separate industries for a long time. And if they could work together a little bit, compare notes, I feel like that would just be better for both sides.
Tintin, how about you?
Wait, the question was how can kids...
Are there any lessons you think any other media could take from comics, or vice versa? Any lessons you'd like to see comics take from any other media aimed at kids?
Just that kids are really discerning readers. They like a lot of diverse stories. That there's a huge audience out there for all sorts of stories, and I'd like to see that crossover into other media, into other art forms, the diversity of content, the diversity of creators, and stories out there.
Mel, how about you?
I would say I wish that other media would embrace weirdness a little more readily, take risks with ideas. Like I feel like there's always the same kind of story being presented in a movie or a book. They just want to be the other version of the thing that was successful last year. And I feel like comics does less of that, or kids comics does. And again, diversity of content and representation.
Lauren?
One thing that I would see from another medium is what we're seeing right now a lot with children's serialized animation. Animated television is we're seeing a lot of like great stuff coming out of the writers' room and out of that really like collaborative writing process where you have people with different backgrounds writing. And I don't know how we would integrate that, but I feel like that's something that we could be looking at in comics. We can be a little author focused sometimes in comics, and I just would like to see, just like more looking at how that collaborative experience can work for us.
How about you, Bobby?
What I liked about comics was growing up at the sort of, how do I say this? Like if you're watching a cartoon show, it seems sort of like unattainable. Like so many people worked on this, and you have to draw every frame, or used to back then. And then, but with a comic, you only have one writer, one artist. Sometimes they were the same person. Like a handful of people made this, and you can look at a comic and say somebody actually drew this on paper. And if I wanted to, I could go and to a comic convention or something and see those original pages. And it's just I think there's an intimacy to the connection with comics that maybe you don't get with big budget TV shows or movies. And I think it'd be a real shame if comics somehow lost that, but I don't think it ever will.
Well, I want to thank you all so much for the conversation. I've enjoyed hearing all your insights. We've got about 3 minutes left, so let's just go around and let the audience know where they can find you online and any existing or upcoming projects you'd like them to go out and pick up. Bobby?
My name is Bobby Timoney. You can find me at twincomics.com or bobbytimoney.com. I'm working on a book right now called Ella the Engineer for young girls who want to grow up to be engineers. And those comics are free online.
Cool.
You can find those at theellaproject.com.
Lauren?
I'm Lauren Davis. You can find me at ld.com, which is ELLEDEE.com, or at Lauren Davis Draws on Instagram. And I cannot talk about what I'm working on right now.
Yes.
Mel?
Along with that, it's classified. Sorry. I have a terrible online presence, but you can find me on Instagram at hilarious melanin, all one word, or Twitter at Mel Hilario. I'm Mel
Michael.
Hilario, by the way.
Hi, Mel.
Yeah, so I'm Michael Northrup. You could find me at michaelnorthrup.net. Every year I try and get the .com. Every year this other guy beats me to it. So it's michaelnorthrup.net. On Twitter, though, I would hate to be the reason anyone goes on Twitter on a given day. But,
Too late.
I'm at MD Northrup there, and it's ROP on the end. So it's like if people say my name right, they spell it wrong and vice versa. So it's Michael Northrup, ROP.
Okay.
And Tintin?
Yeah, I'm Tintin Pantoja. I'm on tintinpantoja.com, and I use the same name for Instagram and Twitter.
And I'm that Norm Dude, Instagram and Twitter. Norm Harper.
Sweet.
Thank you so much, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Thanks for having us.
You bet.
Okay, and gang, the cast of characters for our next panel has just arrived. So please, without further ado, welcome Rylan Grant, the host of the next panel, a spotlight on Immortal Studio.
Hey guys, how you doing? Before we get started here, I felt the need to give a little shout out. Okay, so our larger comic family lost a brother yesterday, Edwin Acasio, the comic jabroni. He was such a great friend to guys like me. He was a wildly enthusiastic supporter of indie comics. He was a guy who seemed to wake up every morning bent on making everyone's, particularly the people organizing this con and the creators participating in this con. He was bent on sort of making our days a little brighter. The truth is tough times now, obviously, for a number of reasons. And we sort of desperately need more people like Edwin in the world and in this community. Devastating loss to me and to a lot of people here behind the scenes. So before we got started, don't want to start out heavy, but I wanted to say that I'm going to miss him and we're all going to miss him. Love you, Edwin. Okay, so deep breath. Sorry to start out that way. With the heavy stuff out of the way, let me introduce myself. You have seen me all over these feeds this weekend. Probably tired of seeing me. My name is Rylan Grant. I am a screenwriter, and I am the creator of books like Aberrant and Banjax, and most recently The Jump. And I am extremely excited to bring on our next guest. This was one of my need to gets. Most don't know that I actually help organize the Mainframe Comic Con behind the scenes. I book a lot of the comic talent that you see on these feeds. And I never like to bring you guys the same ho-hum stuff. The stuff that you see at other cons. I sort of try to go out of my way to bring on guests that excite me, first of all, and therefore I know that they'll excite you. And so when we all got together to plan this con, the man that's about to sort of share this feed with me, was at the very top of my get list. And so our next guest here, he is, I like to describe him as a man on a comic mission. He is a man who is hell-bent on saying something truly meaningful and something that I think is very refreshing with the books he's publishing. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Peter Shao, founder and CEO of Immortal Studios. How you doing, Peter?
Good morning.
Yeah.
This is my first utterance of the day, so.
Oh God, yeah. So you're still getting up to speed. Yeah, I was lucky in that at about 9 a.m. Migraine triggered. So I haven't been able to see for I wasn't able to see for about 40 minutes. Things are clearing up now, feeling a little bit better, but I'm ready for this. You have reinvigorated me.
So am I. Well, from one Zen brother to another.
Yeah, God. So I am, as I said, just really excited to kind of share with this community here. The sort of mission, the wares of Immortal Studios. I find it really exciting what you're doing with the wuxia genre. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
It sounds perfect.
Yeah, I worked on it. And I tried to go past just the. I feel that there are stages of it. There's the I'm just going to butcher this, and then there's the I'm going to put a little effort in, and I'm going to put the needed effort in, and I think I went that far. So
it was really intentional on our part to stick to the original Chinese words, because the temptation always is to water things down. Oh, it's martial arts. It's kung fu, this or that. We decided to do something a little more difficult. But it is challenging, and we're kind of challenging the fans to come along with us, because I think that the thirst and the hunger is really for more authenticity versus watered down versions of what things are supposed to be.
That's interesting, and I think it shows in all of your materials, and it shows in the first book. I mean, I should say that we'll get that right out of the gate, is that you guys released your first title this past month via Kickstarter, and it was a smashing success. What was it? 1,200 backers, $35,000 plus, something like that.
$5,125. I think it's $1,205.
Wow.
Anyways, we just behind every number is obviously a person and a human that we were somehow able to motivate and touch, and we're humbled. I don't want to say humbled. We're really excited because I think it proves something. It proves that there's an audience hungry for what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it was really exciting to see the response on Kickstarter, and so you're
too, by the way.
What was that?
Your generous contribution to Ryland.
Oh yeah. Well, I do what I can, and but I mean, I was excited. I mean, I got to read the preview. The book is called The Adept, and if you were one of the very few people in the comic community to miss out on contributing to it, I assume via Backer Kit they can still get a hold of it. Is that right?
Yes, they can.
Okay, so go to. Is there a link? Is there a link for that?
We'll get it out somehow.
Get it out. Okay, so go to the Immortal Studios, Facebook page, Twitter page. It's all over that. So let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. Let's dive deep into this. I am always interested. You are very gifted in sort of boiling down your mission with Immortal Studios, and you've done this series of videos online that again people can find on all your social media feeds. We're just talking about kind of what inspired you and why you're doing this. And I mean, what I like about you is that, I mean, you're it's not just, I mean, you're obviously a very skilled businessman. You're obviously a creative juggernaut, but you're also it's philosopher, it's philanthropist, it's all these. It's your business model includes all of these things that I think are very important and very interesting. And so let's get into that. So just plain and simple, like, tell us about the mission of Immortal Studios.
Well, our mission is really simple: is to awaken the hero in everybody. And what I'm speaking now directly to folks is really awaken your hero. So you could be somebody watching this, and we might have met, we might have haven't met, but our goal is to really, through the stories that we tell, we will inspire you to awaken the hero inside of you. Because I really do believe we have a hidden voice. For some, it's more honed, and for others, it's just getting started. But I do think there's a unique mission. And the reason we tell our stories is to really give that little voice some courage and a little bit of push, because the world would be that much better if you became what you want to be or are meant to be. So everything that we do is centered around that one goal, to awaken people's heroes. And the genre we've chosen, the wuxia genre, literally means the martial hero genre. And martial here, obviously, if you're a martial artist, great, but I think martial really means action. Really calling into the world that which you do. And I think so the heroes and the arcs that our characters go on are really akin to what happens inside our heads and our lives as we live our lives. So awakening everybody's heroes is really why we exist as a company.
And this is the thing that really interests me, is that there's a we're comic book fans, right? And so, the concept of a hero is not foreign to us. It's something that we buy into every day, but the idea of what is baked into your company, your concept, your comics is a social responsibility, right? But it's not, I don't know. That is a word that you have to be careful with using these days, because everybody has their own set. What was that? Sorry.
I mean, it's important to really nail down what words mean, right? Social responsibility. Yeah. What does that mean? Look, because I don't think we want to get hit over the head with a mission. We all know, and I think most people want to do good, right? Mm-hmm. Most of us want to do good, but when it's robotic and calculated and when it's forced upon you, there's an inauthenticity from it. So there's a model that we like to think about, which is going from the inside out. And I think there's a version of heroes that we want to be as opposed to what somebody else wants us to do. And sometimes you could be doing something that ostensibly on the outside looks good, but if you don't have that kind of real purpose and intentionality behind it in your heart, and if you're not really feeling it, to me, that's not real. And it may have unintended consequences. So I think we're asking people to go a little bit deeper, and it's kind of a reason why we chose this this wuxia genre, because it's kind of baked into this particular genre of martial heroes that it is a heroism that's born from the inside out. So for this reason, one of the rules of our universe is that there are no radioactive spiders. You know, what you earn, you don't get heroism dumped on you just because you got bitten by a radioactive spider. You're the son of, a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. You earn this, and it's really wonderful through kind of our layer of heroism. And the methodology of getting there is really about cultivation. It's about really doubling in on your inherent skills, and then kind of in that existence, everybody's treated fairly. So if you're the most down on your luck person, you may not be, whatever, fill in that blank. Our Storyverse allows you to be the hero of your choosing by virtue of your own conduct and how you engage with the world. And obviously luck and relationship and access to information or mastery are things that do help you along the path.
Yeah, and I think that you hit it on the head. I mean, social responsibility doesn't it doesn't sum it up, because social responsibility is kind of bastardized in our culture now. I know you and I have talked a lot, and I know that we both have backgrounds in politics, and social responsibility from the political standpoint means okay, we're drawing up a box around these 5 things, and if you don't stand for and defend these 5 things, whatever those depending on what side of the aisle you're on or whatever, then you are not being socially responsible. But, that's not what you're doing here. Essentially, I mean, what I love about what you're doing is you are saying that each and every one of you has the power to change the world in a positive way. Yeah. And you're not telling them what that means. In fact, like we see this in Zen all the time, where every Zen student that walks through the door tries to sort of hand you their power. Yeah. Tell me what to do. Tell me what the right answer is. Tell me what it means. And any Zen teacher, and this goes through, it's not just a Zen thing, but from my experience, it's a Zen thing. Any Zen teacher worth his or her salt will just hand you your power right back to you. And that's what your books, your entire sort of, the package that you're producing here seems to be about that. It is about empowering people to, leading people to their power, and then
we don't presume to know what that is. We don't presume to know what, because I think we're also very interested in expanding the notion of heroism. Because heroism doesn't have to be something on the out, it's really not for public exhibition. In fact, one of the big no-nos in the wuxia world is if you're a powerful person, you don't showcase it for your own glorification. You're not showcasing it to feed your ego. You're not showing it. You're kind of not flashing it. So one of the inhibitants from the archetype of the Xia, of the martial hero, is that he or she who has great power is not a showboat. You're not out there. So heroism could be something that you do very privately. In fact, I think it may not be for exhibition. It may be for the masses by virtue of what you're doing. So it's really different from everybody. We're building our own influencer squad called the Immortal Squad. I think I'm talking about it openly for the first time.
We have an exclusive.
Yes. This is a Mainframe exclusive. So I'm talking to one of our squad members, for instance. Here's an amazing martial artist. You know, he's one of the best aerial person you'll see. He's the guy responsible for a lot of the great martial arts you see in major Hollywood movies. You ask him what he really wants to do. You think, well, does he want to beat up bad guys? Does he want to do this? No, he says, no, I really want to give people teeth. He really inspired me. So his sense of being a hero, he could have easily said, I want to be this Cape Crusader or whatever. He says, I want to help give people teeth. I don't know why it makes sense to me, but for some reason, somebody put it in my mind that I want to help give people teeth, and that's what his sense of heroism was. You know, it's like, wow.
Interesting.
So it's that kind of a thing. So our theory is that if everybody just really lived out their, what's in their heart to do to make the world a better place, the world would be a better place. And we don't presume to know what that is. I know what it is for me. I'm sure you have a good sense of it. And frankly, working on this company is a version of that for me.
Yeah, and
this is what was in my heart to do. That was kind of unique and different, but it was so.
Yeah, and that's what excites me so much about it, is that this whole thing. I mean, the books are the books, and they're the product and everything. And I know you have larger plans in terms of that stuff, which we'll talk about. But this very much seems first and foremost just like a conversation that you're having. You've formed this company, and you got a lot of very smart, very interesting, diverse people together, and you are having a conversation about. I mean, the thesis is, what does it mean to be a hero? But really, it's larger than that. It's what does it mean to be a human being right now? What are our responsibilities? It's a political discussion. It's an environmental discussion. It's a philosophical discussion, and that's really interesting. And that's happening. Your social media feeds are great, in my opinion. I mean, they're. It's not just, I mean, I'm sitting here talking with a comic creator, of course, and most of the comic creators we have on here, it's just, you get on and it's like, okay, well, funny meme. Here's an ad for my book that's available on Comixology. But you guys are bringing really interesting content. And again, it's interesting social content and interesting philosophical content. You have martial arts lessons and history lessons on your social media feeds, and it's it's one of the accounts that I really look forward to. I wake up in the morning, I start going through accounts, and it's like, okay, well, what is Immortal putting out today?
Well, thank you for that. We've had a very talented team. They're really good at what they do, and because of that, I think we started off with this idea that, because look, social media can be pretty addictive. We're on technology right now, and it's serving us, but it's also kind of hurting us in so many different ways. And in kind of creating this company, an early goal was, can we be in the business of offering light, hope, and strength and empowerment through everything that we do? Now, that's a pretty tall order, and I'm sure we're failing at that constantly, but it's a goal. And so we've got a lot of really interesting, exciting things in that milieu just around the corner. So stay tuned. We're at, I think we'll start with Insta. We're at Immortal Global. If you like what I'm talking about, we invite you to be part of this journey and tell us if it's working.
Excellent. So let's get down to the content. We've sort of talked about the larger mission and the philosophy, and we have sort of covered it, but I want to boil it down completely. What exactly is wuxia, and more specifically, I want to know. I know that you have a very interesting connection to this genre, and let's talk about what it is and why. I guess why we haven't seen more of it, and again, what your personal connection to this is.
Sure. Well, why don't I start? I'll start with answering the question before talking more about it. So wuxia comes from two Chinese characters, wu, which means martial, and xia is kind of the knight errant or hero. Because it's in Chinese, the language is highly contextual. So we're talking about very loaded words that hero doesn't begin to capture. let's just have a holding place. So it's the concept of the martial hero. And it started off, of course, in culture. This didn't start off as comic books or literary genre. This started in China thousands of years ago. Around this was a landscape of lawlessness and disorder and injustice, turmoil. The haves really wreaking havoc on the have-nots, a lot of oppression. And during this oppression, you also have this really, really big martial tradition that is sometimes transcended. So this is when the real martial artists, when I say the martial artists, like these are the people who are practicing the original types of Kung Fu where you could achieve with your bodies and minds by tens of thousands of years of practice. I mean, hours of practice where you can be be singularly devoted. So you had these kind of people walking in the midst of the commoners, so to speak. That was the time. And when injustices or certain things that the average person couldn't be corrected, there would be individuals of might stepping up, doing something about it. So it was captured in history. It was captured, and it became folklore, and it just became like this rich tradition of people stepping out. So I think what they were trying to capture was a very human expression of heroism, of helping, but it also came from people who are very learned and studied and extraordinary. So this wuxia became this notion of xia became a tradition. And then, of course, the storytellers got a hold of it, and the historians, and they began to create stories around these types of people. And then these people kept arising. So it really became a movement. And over time, the study and the telling of these kind of stories that became very meshed with all kinds of, legends and what have you, became known as wuxia. And the last, I would say 1,000 years, and people started to write about it, and these stories would travel. And in the past 100 years, we saw a resurgence when these writers would do a lot of these kind of literature that became very, very popular. In fact, it became the most popular kind of genre. So wuxia became a literary genre unto itself, where you're just really going into these archetypal characters, and it became there's certain grounded elements in the wuxia genre. And in the 70s, this became kind of the favorite pastime for all Chinese people around the world. Everybody's reading wuxia novels, and there's comic books at a certain time. And then in the 70s, when Hong Kong cinema began to explode, of course, you saw all the wuxia movies. And then those movies came out to the West. They became the stuff of Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest and all the things that people loved. And then there came Bruce Lee, who kind of sprung from the genre, and then Jackie Chan and Jet Li. So as the genre became globalized and pervasive, with it, the stars, and then the 70s stuff, and then the 80s stuff, and then Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon came along, and it went to the next level. So, and now this kind of genre is directly influenced everything from The Matrix. Some would say Star Wars. It really depends on, you can see that there is a big Eastern influence, and this kind of influence even predates what we've seen from the samurai stuff. So this is kind of what wuxia is. But of course, as a lot of these things happen, people just began to focus on the action and the fighting. So wuxia became known as Kung Fu.
Okay.
Kung Fu began to be chopsaki, or whatever you want to call it. So before you know it, it's like it's out there. And of course, in this country, we've seen that in the 70s, there's this major push with the 70s Kung Fu exploitation films. And of course, it's now a permanent part of global culture. And what we're here to do is kind of pick up those pieces, because I think there's a need to revisit. There's a need to go back. And the reason why it hasn't really been done is because, well, on one level, because of politically, it's very, very hard to tell these stories in China because of the level of restrictions and things that you kind of have to thread the needle properly. So it's a very difficult environment there. Of course, Hong Kong as a storytelling venue has kind of stopped it because they've started to look at doing business in mainland. So this tradition has kind of started to fall by the wayside, and people haven't stopped making it. If you look at Mulan, what is Mulan? Mulan is wuxia. If you look at Shang-Chi, what Marvel is going next, that's absolutely wuxia, except the difference is that none of these storytelling is really connected to that kind of entire backdrop that, what I talked about. So it's kind of creates a unique mission. We want to take that entire fabric. I've been working on, the analogy I would throw is that if you compare wuxia to hip hop, because hip hop is not just rap. Hip hop comes from a very rich African American tradition. It comes from a certain socioeconomic, cultural environment. There's certain common denominators. So it's a very, very rich textured, almost like a lifestyle and a tone. So that is what I compare to wuxia. And people have focused, when you look, a lot of people who don't understand hip hop, they'll say, well, it's about rap. So the people who like Kung Fu will say, oh, wuxia is about Kung Fu. Well, yes, it is. It's a big part of it, but it's not the only part of it. So we're kind of excavating that entire body of background knowledge. What's new is that we've made the world our backdrop. It's no longer in China, it's now modern day. So it's reflective of a lot of these, the contemporary, what we're feeling and what we're experiencing as people living our lives today is going to be reflected as the backdrop. And of course, we're taking certain liberties with those ideas and practices, but we're also making them more authentic. We're pushing them to be more attached to something there's a lot of there. It's not just, karate kicks or, add some Kung Fu here and add some Kung Fu here and you call it wuxia. That's not really kind of what we're coming from. The other part of kind of updating this is a lot of wuxia has been written with pure entertainment or in mind, and there's nothing wrong with it, but they started to become very inauthentic in my view, because when you talk about people who attain superhuman skills and capabilities, we're talking about really, really evolved beings. So we're having a conversation about transformation, human transformation and evolution. So we're kind of taking we're taking the genre back to the founding fantasies and ideals and legends. What were the ideas that Bodhidharma walked from India to China and helped create the Shaolin Temple with? And what are those ideas that really gave rise to superhumans? What are they here to do? What is it like when you come across with those? So it's kind of holding on to the things that still work and that are authentic, but then really extrapolating that forward and also looking at things like revenge and violence and fighting. All of those things are part of the mixture. So we want to elevate the conversation. So when we talk about elevating the wuxia world, is those kind of elements. And of course, modernizing is taking that entire body of knowledge to present day. Also in a very inclusive way. But the initial characters that you're going to come across will be folks coming from this kind of authentic tradition. Now, for me personally, this is kind of my heritage, because my father is he's credited as one of the main architects of modern wuxia. Modern wuxia is the wuxia that happened in the past 100 years. So he was a very prolific, powerful producer, creator in the genre, close to 70 novels, hundreds of hours of television. So this was my dinner table conversation. The reason that I still read Chinese is because this was the first book that I picked up probably when I was just getting started reading, and I haven't stopped since. So I've kind of put in tens of thousands of hours of my life reading everything there is. So it's kind of something that's coursing through my blood, even though my daytime
literally steeped in this stuff.
Of course, as I've come of age and started to develop my own life and career, I've had a chance to do things like manage the Shaolin brand. So I actually partnered with the Shaolin Temple, where kind of martial arts as we know it, Kung Fu as we know it, was born. So I actually kind of got the curtain pulled back. I went all the way to inside the institution that's kind of the holder of these knowledge and skills, and really interacted with the monks who still practice this way of life. And by virtue of my father, I've kind of gone to that mountaintop. I've encountered and actually lived with some of these extraordinary humans who are in caves and mountains and walking the earth. So I have a different view of wuxia and these kind of archetypes because they came from reality, is that there are actually real people out there in the world doing this. You may never come across them. This may be a little tea maker in Chinatown. This may be a little old man or a woman, or, you don't know who they are, but trust me, they're out there.
And what are those conversations like? I mean, because it's like, okay, well, you have people who are kind of living this, right, and embodying this, and then, they turn on some of this chopsaki stuff that you're talking about, or they see how this stuff has been kind of twisted and bastardized, and what is their reaction to that?
They're laughing about it, and frankly, they're not. All of them are very tuned into the martial arts conversation. They're not really tuned into a lot of the pop cultural stuff. Look, I love UFC, and I'm a fan of mixed martial arts, but I always kind of laugh when you talk about this kind of arena sport versus something that was very, very different. Frankly, it's like the people who really know and practice it, it would be the most ridiculous thing for them to put on a pair of trunks and go into the round and try to prove a point with you, because they have nothing to prove. Yeah. They're just like interested in having that conversation. And the person who is ego-filled just because they have a point to fill, it's like those are very, very different notions.
Yeah, it's like a little sliver of this larger pie, right? And again, that's what I love about what you're doing is, I think the American audience in particular is very familiar with that fighting slice of the pie. But the pie is so much larger, so much more interesting, and really what you're doing here is sort of enthusiastically serving up the entire pie.
Yeah, and look, we're ambitious about the fighting too. I think in the Adept, we've partnered with real Shaolin practitioners. We go through frame by frame. We're treating the martial arts with a lot of respect and authenticity. So, and I think there's a way of elevating that as well. And the fighting and the combat, the techniques, the what's involved, I think people who tune into our future iterations are going to see different and escalating styles that hopefully they haven't really seen before.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh no, I was just going to say, I was just going to sort of second that. So I am putting a comic series together with a guy who was on the U.S. National Taekwondo team and is a pretty sort of storied fight coordinator in Hollywood. And the whole basis of the book is that he's basically choreographing fights on the page. Mm-hmm. And so we're putting it together and we're grabbing, it's easy to go and grab film references and things like that. But it's not, the fighting is not done very well in books too often. And so when I saw the preview of The Adept on the Kickstarter page, I had to show it to him. I'm like, look at this. And he's like, yeah, these guys got it. This is sort of painstakingly choreographed on a comic book page. I think that's very interesting. I think that, I don't know if you've read Lazarus by the Image book, but there's a lot of sword fighting and a lot of good visceral fighting scenes in that. And the scenes in your book reminded me of Lazarus. They kind of cleared that bar, if not set it a little bit higher. And that was very exciting to me. So if you are a fight fan, you will not be disappointed with these books.
Yeah. And, part of creating this storyverse, because The Adept is really in one sub-universe where we have multiple other I don't want to call them sub-universe, multiple interconnected universes where I think the other thing that the modern requirement is that things have to make logical sense. It's not just a bunch of people showing up and doing whatever they want to do, and you just have to accept it. So there are certain guidelines and rules, and then there's also the types of skills that will show up when a person is ready or not ready. So it's not everything goes. They're actually very important distinctions, and we want to offer that as well. So the Adept is one world where you're going to find the Wudongs of the world. So the RZA should be happy. We're going to find different schools and different real martial artists coming together in various traditions in a very authentic way. Of course, the storytelling of Amy becoming that hero is great, but then I'll give you another. I think people are going to see something completely different when our next title comes up.
Okay.
It's going to from the tradition of the Immortal Swordsman. So people are going to see something different that I don't think they've seen before.
I think you could say that about this entire line of books and more. Let's talk about that. I mean, it's what also intrigues me about you, about what you're doing here, is that it's not one book, it's not one character. You have this larger grand plan. I mean, we've heard you say it. I mean, you're building a universe here, if not universes that are interconnected, and that's really interesting. So I mean, talk about that from a story standpoint. You have a little bit, but for the comic fans, the movie fans that are sitting here watching this, that are now very interested in what you're doing, and they want to know what they can expect, to put on their shelves and put on their screens in the future. Let's talk about that. I mean, how many books? How are they coming out? I know you have a media plan and all that stuff. So let's hear about that a little bit.
We're basically at work on 4. This is the Mainframe Comic-Con, so I'll just borrow the word. We're building on kind of 4 major titles right now that will be the mainframe for the Immortal Storyverse moving forward. And it's going to establish 4 different sandboxes that are interconnected. And over the next 8 or 9 months, what people can expect will be a first issue, a very important first issue from all of us that will be made initially available on Kickstarter. So we're looking to engage and activate with very meaningful offerings that will kind of establish those parameters. And moving forward, these 4 issues will be ongoing stories, because they're very, very rich. They become kind of a main line through which the rest of the storytelling. And then I would say roughly over the next year and a half, 2 years, expect to look for about 10 titles at a minimum up and running that will begin to introduce the whole cast of characters, the worlds, the milieu. But they're going to be joined together by some major themes. And as we begin to produce more content and reach regularity, because really we're still very early days. Everything that we do is bespoke and very, very, very different and unique. And as you can see with the process we've undergone with the Adept, it's very, very involved efforts. Mm-hmm. So in a way, I liken our creative development process to be like a game studio rather than a traditional comic process. Although we take a comic first approach, and we take it very, very seriously. We understand that we have to find our audience initially first in comics before we even dream about doing anything else. So it's I've also thrown my hat in the ring. I've never officially written I've always been, I wouldn't say just on the business side. I've always been the founder, the creator of businesses, and even in the film and media world, I would come up with the idea, but I don't get my hands dirty. But because of the background and the variety of experiences that I shared with you, I decided to write myself. So I just appointed myself as the editor-in-chief of this Storyverse. So I'm spending a lot of my time creating now. And this is kind of where I'm at right now. I'm supported by a great team. So over the next 6 months, expect to see that we're going to populate the main pillars of our Storyverse.
Interesting. and film and TV. Those are you have your eyes on those things, or you're worried about comics right now?
Yeah, we're just completely full on with the comics, with the storytelling, and look, I have a native comfort with the film and television world, whether it's development, packaging, financing, distribution, marketing. So we also expect to be in the business of creating content ourselves. It's never going to be something we abdicate. So we're not looking to license anything. We're not looking to set anything up. We're looking to make it ourselves because that's the only way to ensure that it actually gets across. I've tried to do a version of this so many times and just been utterly unhappy with the outcome. It's not that people don't want to do it. It's just that there's a very, very unique, specific vision for driving all this thing. And so we're kind of doing a lot of that so that hopefully it'll be a wow factor.
I like that. I like that this social responsibility, this personal responsibility we talked about in terms of the stories you're telling, in terms of the heroes you're creating. It seems to kind of, permeate the entire enterprise. I mean, listening to you talk about how you are running this thing, just the day-to-day business operations. You are doing so by the same principles that your heroes are operating with in the stories. That's very interesting to me. And again, that's what's so fascinating to me about you and about the whole enterprise.
I was having this conversation with our head of content, Emma, who I think was on in a different
Kickstarter panel yesterday.
On the Kickstarter panel. We were just reminiscing about the process of doing this. We both laughed because it felt like we've been living the wuxia story. Just to have even come to this point, I feel like I've slayed 9 dragons already.
Yeah. No, it's very, yeah. I mean, so you've mentioned some of your collaborators, the creators you brought on. Who are you working with? Who are you excited about? Who are the fans going to be excited about seeing stuff from?
Well, I think people can expect to see some well-established and known names from throughout the comic universe signing on with us. There's a few that I think people should be pretty familiar with. I can't talk about it right now because the promise is to do it properly, and when we do it, it will be with the names, it'll be with the artwork, it'll be with a lot of that. But just know that there's a few exciting zingers around the corner, and Ryland, I chose you as the interviewer here, so this was kind of an extended recruitment on our part.
Extended recruitment. I'm being tested right now. I hope
I was just, if I had to do, because with all of our collaborators, it's kind of choosing each other, right? Because the first order of business for us, for me as a rule, is we only work with people who are passionate and creative about a shared vision. Because if that's not there, then it's all in the life's too short category.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was interesting. I mean, I think that you and I had a similar sort of phenomenon happen where we just kind of recognized each other as fellow travelers.
Yeah.
And that was we were talking about this on the Hollywood IP panel the other day. We were talking about these kind of imposters that come through, and this sort of links into your you being protective of this comic material, not wanting Hollywood to take it and turning it into something that it shouldn't be or that it isn't. We were talking about how do you spot these kind of imposters who come on, and these screenwriter types who they had a failed screenplay and they're trying to turn it into a graphic novel so they can get it optioned, and how do you recognize the imposters? And it was David Pepos, who does Spencer and Locke and Going to the Chapel, what did he call them? It was a really good word. Tourists, guys that are just kind of passing through, just trying to use the thing, and really it turned into a larger conversation about comics is an ecosystem. You know, and we all kind of we live and die, you know, based on each other. We all, you know, prop each other up. I mean, you probably saw at the beginning, you know, we lost a member of that ecosystem. This guy Edwin, who was a podcaster and just a really enthusiastic advocate for people like us. And he saw me. I mean, I hated to do that before this, but I felt the need to say that. It was, you know, I was tearing up because, I don't know, we all kind of become brothers and sisters, and we're all kind of walking this path together. And there is kind of a code to all of this. And yeah, I mean, I recognized immediately that you guys were doing something, very interesting, very special, that, you know, again, you were one of us. You were a fellow traveler. I think that's very important.
Well, thank you for including that. I know we're a new member of this amazing community. I'll just share with you, you know, even though I've gone to Comic-Cons my entire adult life and have been engaged in that kind of content, but it's been fairly recent that we've become a member of this creative community in terms of having real comic output. But our experience has been amazing, because the kind of camaraderie, the spirit of support, and reaching out, and it's been amazing. We feel so embraced and so championed, and I think those are just amazing things. And we certainly want to be a good supporter as well. So we do care about giving back, because we've received so much from this community already, and we're here to stay.
Yeah, you definitely put your money where your mouth is. I should say that Peter contributed to my my last Kickstarter campaign for The Jump twice. So you know, enthusiastic support, but also, I mean, I just, again, I see on social media, you know, propping everyone else up, and you have very much enthusiastically become part of the ecosystem, and you know, I think that. You know, we're all better having you around, and you know, we need more.
You know, I just have to also give a shout out to another person who just kind of modeled that spirit. You know, Charlie Stickney, one of the key writers for The Adept. He really embodied that spirit. You know, and we both come from Hollywood as well, so it's seldom you see somebody who's actually doing stuff and you know, being so generous with his time and his counsel and support, and being. I think as a creator, you have to have enough ego to believe in what you're doing, but ideally, not so much where you cannot drop it where you need to. And so, anyways, I just, you know, Charlie demonstrated such amazing that spirit, representing the comic community in that perspective, and it was really valuable for us in the early days of the company, and really sought to model that kind of behavior and continue to do that with everybody we come across, hopefully.
Yeah, and we're talking about Charlie Stickney, who is now the co-publisher of Scout Comics, and does a comic called White Ash, which is, in my opinion, you know, one of, if not the best Kickstarter comic I've ever read. A close friend of
Kickstarter comic I ever read.
Yeah, well, and. Yeah, and this this gets to my first Immortal connection, because I watched the Kickstarter panel yesterday. You know, I was the one that kind of staffed it and put it together, and you know, a lot of my friends on there, and Emma finally brought it into sharp focus. My role in the sort of beginning of the Immortal comic story was. I mean, Emma seemed to be saying that your plan for The Adept, in terms of taking down a Kickstarter and introducing it to fans that way, really kind of crystallized when you saw Charlie Stickney on a panel at the LA Comic-Con, and you talked to him afterwards, and that so that may or may not be the case. That was what I took from it. This is the credit I'm going to take. It was my panel. I was hosting that panel because it was Emma finally brought it into you know, she was saying we were there, and we saw Charlie on this panel with David Avalone and this guy, and it was like, oh yeah, that was my panel. So so you're welcome.
No, we knew that we wanted to do something that took us directly to fans and just, you know, in technology we can call them users, but just we wanted to touch, to be in direct conversation with people who like what we do and be able to develop a direct business relationship. So Kickstarter was really the best avenue for us, and our experience has been tremendous. You know, the kind of support and enthusiasm out there is, especially even during this middle of a pandemic, is really amazing, and I'm sure you've experienced that as well too, Ryland, with your title, which I look forward to diving into.
Yeah, The Jump.
Really good stuff on The Jump. I've always loved the Astro World. Yes.
Yeah. Astro Projection. Yeah. TheJump.backerkit.com.
I liked your intro about the Astro World.
What's that?
I liked your intro about the Astro World.
Yeah. It's almost I mean, yeah, it was almost you know, we're struggling early on with people sort of getting it, understanding it, and I'm like, well, what if we just taught people to do it essentially? And it's kind of the MacGyver version, you know, where you maybe leave a few key things out so people don't blow themselves up. But yeah, for those who don't know, yeah, my comic book, The Jump, is it's kind of a paranoid thriller that takes place in a world, in a sort of online community of astral projectors. But yeah, that was the book I just kickstarted and is again available via backerkit.com. All right, well, you know, we're nearing the end of the hour here, and we have another panel that needs to sort of use the hall after us. So why don't we wrap things up? You know, leave us with some parting words. Anything we missed? Anything that you had sort of hoped we covered? Let us know where to find you on social media and on the interwebs and all that stuff.
Sure. First, for those of you interested, my personal handle on Instagram is Ancient Futurist. Ancient Futurist. Also, Immortal Global is our official handle on Instagram. I would just say broadly to people, because I think this is just really a crazy time right now. You know, whatever it is that you're experiencing in your own life, it may be challenge, it may be, you know, whatever the case is, that there's a moment to really spend time and work on yourself and take a respite from the things that you have been doing for that may maybe define the last chapter of your life, to really think through about what it is that you can do moving forward. And it's a great time to really dive into your passions. The world needs you. It needs, you know, this kind of new thinking, this new inspiration that you only have visibility over. And we want to champion that. So if any of these things make sense to you, we want to invite you to be part of this immortal journey so that we can excavate our own heroes together. So awaken your hero. And if any of this has been interesting, if wuxia is provocative and you like the way that we've been talking about things, just, you know, we invite you to somehow come on this journey with us and tell us how we're doing. And Ryland, thank you for this time to talk. And now that we know the genealogy of things, thank you for hosting. See, here's another example of kind of playing it forward, right? You did this on Kickstarter. We attended it. We had a chance to meet a future collaborator, Charlie, that became really important for us, and that became an important building block of the things that we're doing. This is how interconnected we are. And this is what happens when you step out and do something meaningful. And then all of a sudden we're bound together, which reinforces this other thing that we talk about, which is everybody's the one. You know, about Storyverse is like, you know, you keep thinking that there's going to be some big badass hero that's going to come in. He looks like a certain way, but it's really not that. You know, we're so connected in such a powerful way that, and the world is incomplete until you do your thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to end on a comic note. I want to make it end it on a human note. So just put it out there, you know, put your thing out there. The whole thing is not complete until you do it.
I think it's a great thought to end on. Let me just say that you know, the Adept is available via BackerKit right now. Alec, White Whale Comics, was kind enough to post it in the chat. So the/adept.backerkit.com. Go check it out there. It's a great comic. I'm loving what Peter and the gang at Immortal are doing. As I said, I couldn't wait to get them on here to put them in front of you guys. So yeah, they're up on the screen for us. So yeah, check it out. Peter, thanks so much for coming on and talking to us. And I look forward to finding out what the universe has in store for us. So
we'll come back. We'll come back and talk about it.
Excellent. Talk soon, man.
Thanks.
Yep.
Folks, up next in just a few moments, we will have John Suntress of Word Balloon Podcast to talk to Chip Zdarsky. That's right, Chip Zdarsky will be here live in just a moment. But before we have Chip, just to remind everybody why we are here. You see it ticking across at the bottom of the screen. If you're on the website, there's a big green button right under that video player. Click that button. Send all of your paycheck to theheroinitiative.org. Fantastic charity. Actually, just give whatever you can give. If you're enjoying these panels, please feel free to give generously to the Hero Initiative. And in addition, we are also featuring some fantastic opportunities for purchase on our site. There's an exhibitor button, so you can go ahead and press that and shop for comics and original art. All kinds of awesome stuff going on over there. We also have variants available from Scout Comics. Number ones of Grit, Yasmin, Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists, and Concrete Jungle are available with that mainframe logo on there. These are limited to 100 per issue, all four for $40 for the set. 100% of those proceeds are going to the Hero Initiative. So if you're a collector, getting 100, one out of 100 for $10 a book, that's just absolutely crazy. Make sure that you go over and check that out. Again, we have Chip Zdarsky up next. Guys, bear with us, and we'll be right back with you.
Hey, everybody. Yes, I'm back from my bathroom break. It's John Suntress here. I was just in Hall C, and you would think that being able to do all this from the comfort of my home, that there would be a more leisurely pace between panels. But as I was just explaining to the folks backstage, hey, let me pee before we go to Jim's spotlight. So John Such is here from the Word Balloon podcast. I know you don't need to know my bladder issues. I apologize, although I'm sure that our guest is going to have a lot to say about my condition. Ladies and gentlemen, the fine writer-artist who has been killing it at Image Comics with Sex Criminals, at Marvel writing incredible stuff with Daredevil and Howard the Duck, and a great miniseries with the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Chip Zdarsky. Hi, Chip.
So unprofessional.
It's either that or I have, a catheter or something. It's still like a trucker. I don't know how truckers do it, man.
I just watched. Did you watch the Todd McFarlane documentary on Sci-Fi?
Not yet. I know we talked about it last time, but go on, please.
Yeah, it was awesome. But also, he just did a Q&A with Joe Q on Joe's weird morning show.
Yeah, Cup of Joe. Yeah.
And Todd was just like, when I do a comic show, I don't know, I'm doing this and that.
No, I like it. It's pretty close.
He was like, I sit at the table, 17 hours. I don't get up. I don't go to the washroom, nothing. And you know why? You know how I can do that? I don't drink and I don't eat. I'm like, what? Like, that's crazy. Like,
yeah, don't dehydrate yourself.
Don't hurt yourself.
There's another terrible cartoonist story, the great Tex Avery, who made so many amazing cartoons in the 40s, would just ignore the need to go to the washroom, and ultimately his parts shut down and he needed a catheter or diapers or whatever. And so on my podcast that I do, I know this is terrible, and I hope
This is what I'm here for.
Enjoy your lunch, everybody.
Yeah.
And Art and Franco, my buddies who do the podcast and Tiny Titans and so many great things. They when we are a lot of times we'll record a marathon podcast, and if one of us has to take a bathroom break, it's like, excuse me, Tex Avery, and it's like, no, by all means, we don't want to hurt you physically.
Yeah, the Tex Avery code, very good.
So on that though, Chip, hey, how you doing? Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too. Doing all right.
Thanks for doing this. Hey, everybody, you can see this the scroll underneath us for the heroinitiative.org. Let's take a moment right now, because that's really one of the main reasons why we're doing Mainframe. As Chip knows, the bulk of their revenue, their fundraising, happens at conventions, and they are really literally losing out at more than 80% of the fundraising they would normally do in a regular year. Well, God only knows when we're going to have another regular year, and that's why it's really important to support the Hero Initiative. HeroInitiative.org. You can see the scroll. If you're watching this now on the Mainframe webpage, there's a donate button right there. But if not, please take advantage of the website that we're directing you to, and help these people out, because they're great people, and old and young. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, some people in their later years, they need financial help. But my good friend Taki Soma, who has multiple sclerosis and really needed help with hospital costs and stuff, Hero Initiative is there for him, so it's really important.
Yeah, it's super important, and it's my kind of go-to charity, obviously, at comic conventions. My wife always points out that us donating regularly now is basically us donating to ourselves in like 10 years. when everything in my body falls apart. So
no, I hear you, man.
Yeah.
So, and we already have some interesting comments that I should probably acknowledge. Hey, Chip, that hair's getting long, and your evolution into Gandalf is nearly complete. Yes, indeed. Gandalf,
I know the photo of Mainframe use isn't too far off what's actually happening. Sadly,
but I got to be honest with you, and I'm glad to see I'm not the only one that's getting a little gray in the hair area. And stuff,
there's tons of gray. But my wife refuses to cut it.
That's hilarious.
And I'm not quite at the stage where I'm going to a barber, and she won't cut it, and she also doesn't like it. So I'm just like, well, it's in your best interest to cut it, but yeah.
That's awesome, man. Very, very funny.
Yeah.
Now here's a good question from Coffee and Heroes.
Yeah.
How was writing for the upcoming Detective 1027?
It was amazing because I didn't have to write.
Oh, because I talked to Matt about your guys' story.
Yeah.
But by all means, tell us about your story, please.
Well, first of all, it's such a weird thing because like Sex Criminals is very much its own thing, and sometimes there's not a lot of crossover between that and those readers and Marvel readers, So because I've been writing for Marvel for a few years now, there's a lot of people that don't know that I draw, and that don't know that I draw like a comic. Yeah, I've seen a couple of comments where people are just like, "Oh yeah, Chip's writing a story," and like, Matt Fraction's drawing it. That's weird. I'm like, well, no, that's not how that works.
Although he does have a little bit of art in the story, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does. So I know Matt's quite excited to have Batman artist on his resume. It was a fun gig. It kind of came together kind of pre-pandemic, so it was nice to be able to focus on drawing something kind of fun like Batman during the first couple of months. It's a 10-pager, and Matt just asked me like, "Hey, what do you want to draw?" And I was like, "Let's just go all in. Like, let's just put everything we got in this, because it's kind of our only shot to do a Batman story." So it takes place over multiple eras, and it's quite dark too, like which is weird for us, coming off of Sex Criminals, obviously. But
Sure.
I think people will be surprised. I put in a lot of time on the art, just because I already knew that like there was going to be a higher caliber of artists in the anthology. Like if you're going to be in a book with Walt Simonson, like you got to bring your A game plus some. It was a slower process, but I'm super happy with how it turned out.
I love these, not only the anniversary books, but also those 100-page spectaculars that they're doing, or 80-page giants. The Green Lantern one recently was so good, and it's great because these stories are, and especially even like the summer special they just did and the Valentine's Day special earlier, because these stories are out of continuity, and there really is something I think liberating, and that you guys all have this great opportunity to tell a really fun, interesting 10-page story.
It's an easy buy-in too for like for teams like Matt and I, like DC has talked to us before about doing like series, and we're just like, well, we can't, like there's just no way, like I can't actually draw a full series after Sex Criminals wraps and still maintain all the writing, especially on a monthly deadline like with DC. And a lot of the writers and artists, mostly the artists in the detective special, maybe don't do a lot of work now and maybe spend a lot more time on their stuff. So, having a 10-page story that you have like 4 or 5 months to draw, like it's easier to get a buy-in from like a different level of creator, I think, on those than the monthly books. So I that's why I like them. It makes them feel really special. Like I've done a few short things for DC that one's coming out this week, and there's a couple more coming out down the line, and they're great, like little 8-page stories. I'm like, oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. You can just kind of get in, do your take, and get out.
What's the thing coming out this week for DC?
It's a Dark Knights kind of anthology, or a Dark Metal anthology book. So I did a 6-7 pager, something like that, with Carrie Randolph.
Terrific.
Yeah, and it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Like
that's awesome.
He's an amazing artist, and
it's
a Harley Quinn story, and it was very liberating. We were kind of able to do whatever we want on it within the confines of the larger story, and I'm super happy with it. So it's stuff like that I find really fun, especially in the middle of all the other bigger projects, being able to do those one-offs.
There you go. This is good from Shauna. Chip, love the bio about how you've won more Eisner Awards than Ryan Stegman, and how that's the real award.
Yeah. It's obviously I'm not in it for the awards. I'm in it for all the money.
Yeah, clearly, and the chicks, of course. Yeah.
But there is a real satisfaction to the fact that Ryan Stegman probably can't catch up now. Like even if he does win one, I'm like, well, congrats. Like I remember what it was like to win my first.
Mark Wade was on with me on Word Balloon earlier this week, and he told the full Harvey Award story, and in fact read your acceptance speech.
I saw. Yeah, somebody took a clip of that and passed it around. I retweeted it on Twitter, and quite funny. I should really stop making enemies in the industry. It's a lot of fun, but I should probably stop doing that.
Outstanding. And Corey, one of our moderators from Collider Heroes, wants to know if Matt Murdock was in canon in Sex Criminals, what might his boning ability be? I think, much like when you lose a sense, the other senses compensate. I'm guessing that might also apply to, that area.
It'd be really weird if his thing, like when he orgasms, he can see for like 5 minutes.
Oh, jeez. This is why I like talking to Chips and Ars. Right,
I never
there.
get any thought before, but that'd probably be what it was. Yeah,
that's amazing.
Which is why he's kind of a sex addict.
Well, and also, seriously, if there's a horn dog in the Marvel universe, it is Matt Murdock. I mean,
literal horns.
Yeah, exactly, man. That was his backup name. If Daredevil didn't work out, he's going to go by Horn Dog. Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
So, and as we talked before, you're at the start of a really interesting story arc for Daredevil, where you really are going into the courtroom drama, and Daredevil surrendering himself to the city and being willing to accept charges and accept a trial.
Yeah. The next few issues is kind of about him sorting through a lot of his kind of outstanding concerns in preparation for the trial, in case he doesn't, make it out of there a free man. And that's been a lot of fun too, just kind of like going through his list of what he needs to have happen. Yeah.
I understand. And Coy wants the sex criminals Daredevil thing to happen. Blinded by the light. Very nice, Coy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is good. There you go. Say it for your own panels, Coy. I'm teasing, man. No, seriously. I'm really glad Coy is part of this weekend and doing the panels for us at Mainframe. I think it's just fantastic. All right, Gio's videos. Let's just. Okay, I'd love to do Hero in. Okay, excellent, man. That's fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, it feels good. I get it.
Anyway,
there's probably a downside to it. I don't know what it is.
How many years now writing for Marvel? Chip? 5?
Good question. Probably about 5 years. Yeah, since I started doing Howard the Duck.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, I've been.
But seriously, Chip, and I've said this before, and I mean it. It is so great that this audience has discovered you this way, and it will be fun if they decide to go back and read some of your crazier books, your crazier independent books, not just Sex Criminals, but other books that you've written and drawn and everything. And but again, I'm so glad that this audience, the mainstream, you know what I mean, has found you and then really appreciates what you do.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Like I think I said it before that in regards to like Marvel DC work, I talked a lot to Fraction about this kind of thing towards the beginning, and he said, if either of these two things are still happening, keep doing it. Are you having fun, and are you really proud of the work? He's like, ideally, you want both those things. Sometimes you'll just have one of those things, but that's usually enough to kind of keep going. Because being a writer, sometimes you're just not proud of your work, but you're having fun, right? And I really took that to heart, and with the Marvel stuff, every gig I do, it's like, oh yeah, is this gonna be fun? Like, is this a thing I really want to do? Okay, I'll do it. I've been blessed with the ability to turn down stuff, mostly because of Sex Criminals, because that was my full-time job, and still is for another couple of weeks while I finish the last issue.
We're all excited, man, but no, we want it right, so don't worry. And
all right.
I mean, it's going to be exciting. And Matt talked a bit about this epilogue issue that kind of sees where the characters are in a few years.
Yeah, he probably spoiled a bunch of stuff.
That's all he said. That's all.
Yeah. Well, he's still bad at that. He's like, as soon as he writes a thing, he's just like, I guess everyone's read it now. I'm like, no, they haven't. Don't. Like, well, but they'll see it coming. I'm like, no, they won't.
Seriously, man, I'm so glad they hung out on our preview night on Friday. Matt and Kel and Brian and all those guys. And I mean, seriously, like, and same thing with you, Chip. I miss everyone. We all miss each other, being able to see each other face to face at shows. Yeah. But thank God we do have video, and we can at least hang out this way. So it's a plus. Coffee and Heroes, and this is great timing because Stillwater is coming up. It's a new independent book that you've got. You gave me the first issue, and I appreciate that. So I'll let you tell us about what you can about the upcoming book, Stillwater.
Yeah, so it's a book I'm doing with Ramon Perez for Skybound, and I conceived of it back in like 2016, I guess. Uh, uh, but because it's a horror thing, I was like, oh, maybe Skybound's the kind of the place for it. It's about a small town in America where one day in the 80s, they tweaked to the fact that nobody can die in the town. Like as long as you're within the borders of this small town, limbs grow back, like all the weird kind of auxiliary things that could happen with that kind of thing. Like, the animals can't die, the farm stock can't die, which creates a lot of weird issues and problems. So this all happens in the 80s, and it's about the town coming to terms with it and trying to figure out the way forward with that. And they land on basically keeping it a secret from the world, so they don't get invaded or dissected or ruining their lives. They see it as a blessing from God, but with a price. So it's about that town now, and the world catching up to it, and a couple of outsiders coming into the town and kind of upending everything. So yeah, so it's creepy, it's horror, but I love The Walking Dead, and I love like the character work in that series, and so I looked at that a lot for something like this, where we really kind of focus on all the various characters in the town and their issues and their kind of internal lives with this the blessing curse. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's such a weird thing because I think I wrote the first script in 2017, and so it's like the kind of thing that it's been done in a lot of ways for so long that I'm being surprised.
So is your first arc completely done, or
I've written 7 issues.
Wow!
And Ramon's drawn 6 of them.
And this is an ongoing, am I right?
Yeah. I mean, I've got an end in mind.
Okay.
And I also found like the interesting thing with like a project that was gestating so long, like my original plan kind of like really drew everything out. But when I would sit down to write a new issue, like it'd be months and months since the last time I wrote one. So almost as a reader, I kind of want things to speed up. So I kind of accelerated the book a lot more so in the first arc. Like the first arc is basically like the first 2 arcs kind of pressed together. So I might be going a bit too fast. I got to slow down a bit. Don't run out of story, Chip. Don't run out of story. But I think it's made for a more satisfying book because, obviously, there's always the talk of decompression in comics and having a thing where, it's a creepy, like simmering book, but then like big things are happening kind of in every issue. It's satisfying for me as a writer, and hopefully satisfying for the readers too.
Having read the first issue, and I think you guys achieve what I always hope for from a first issue of a new series is you explain the concept. This is what we're doing. If you give us enough story that I don't feel like people will feel cheated if they don't like it. It's like, okay, this is a first act.
Yeah.
Come on the journey with us or not, but at least we're giving you an incident that explains the series, but is also fulfilling as a first issue. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll hook to kind of get you back for more. So I'm excited for it to come out because I'm not known for horror, and it's really exciting to kind of branch into a new genre like that.
It reminds me, and I don't know if you've seen this, and I don't mean this in any, because it is a different story. One of the good hour-long Twilight Zone episodes has a stranger finding a small town where they're able to manipulate matter, and they have these like amazing telekinetic powers. Okay. And I don't know if you ever saw that.
No.
And that's what I love, Chip, because truly, just like in your Invaders run, there was a moment where Cap and Namor are on this island together. And I'm like, oh, this is like this great movie that Lee Marvin made with Toshiro Mifune called Hell in the Pacific.
Okay.
And you're like, and that's great.
Like,
because
the small town trope of like the weird small town that's,
yeah,
outsiders go to, but something's not right in that town. Yeah, it's well worn. hopefully we kind of, as the issues go on, you kind of recognize that something far more different is happening with the small town than just being creepy. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
No, I like it. I was looking at the chat because I want to involve some people. Ryan Spillhouse asks, better lawyer, Matt Murdock or Charles Soule?
Well, I feel like Charles probably doesn't beat people up in order to to help his case that I know of.
Or defend criminals. I don't know how much criminal work
I also don't think
Charles
Charles sleeps with his clients. I'm pretty sure Matt Murdock has done that. I would say Charles is probably the better lawyer. Yeah.
There you go.
Because also the problem is like Charles is an actual lawyer, and almost everyone who's written Daredevil is not a lawyer, which means Matt Murdock is not a good lawyer just by virtue of the fact that the writers aren't good lawyers. So Charles is the better lawyer, and he's equal to Matt Murdock when Charles writes Matt Murdock, if that makes sense.
Understood.
Makes total sense.
Thyra asks, can you get Ryan Stegman to do the Triple X variant cover for the last issue?
Oh, yeah, we already solicited it. So if only I got that comment a few months ago, we could have done it for sure. Damn,
that's awesome.
So close. Well, maybe I'll get it for one of the creator runs. I don't know.
The Mastodon asks, and I get it, it's a dated term, but do you have a muse?
A muse? Oh, my God. Besides the big guy?
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Big ups to the big guy.
No, not in the traditional sense. Deadlines have always been my muse. Like I look to the deadlines and I want to help the deadlines in any way I can and impress the deadlines, and deadlines feed me. Yeah, I mean, I think like with most people in any kind of entertainment industry, you want to be loved. So really the readers are the muse. Editors are the muse, your co-creators. Like Matt and I in Sex Criminals, Matt is very much my muse on that. Like he feeds me, I feed him. Like it's a real back and forth on a book like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's all project dependent. Like on Daredevil, Marco.
Yeah, I was going to ask Giacchetto. I mean, and because again he's Italian. Do you guys speak to each other? Is there a language barrier or anything?
We speak to each other like in emails. Like he's an English speaker. I am not an Italian speaker. So we are able to have kind of back and forths on it and kind of show each other our excitement over the projects and give each other suggestions and things we want to see. Yeah, he's super excited, which really helps me too. Like I've worked with some artists where it's just cordial, boring email. Like,
sure.
All right, okay. You want this on the page? Do we have to do this? I'm like, well, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Whereas, an artist like Marco, like he's super jazzed by the work that we're doing, and I'm super jazzed by the work he's doing, and that helps a lot.
I don't know who at Marvel became aware of his stuff, but I've loved everything he's done at Marvel when he was doing Punisher, and you guys are an amazing fit, and he just brings that criminal element to his art that works so well for the street level heroes of Marvel.
Yeah, he just keeps getting better and better too. I think I mentioned it before. Like the process to find the artist for Daredevil was many, many months. The editors just kept sending me artist after artist, and the tone was just not right on any of them. Or sometimes if the tone was right, like the abilities weren't there. And it was super frustrating because we really wanted to get started and get the book drawn. And then when Marco's name was floated, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's the guy. Like he's so solid and he's so good at gritty. And he's a delight. He's amazing to work with. Yeah, he's awesome. I don't know how he does it. Like the kind of detail on the page and and his output is just off the charts.
Now, Saren asks, and although he spells Pacheco's, is Carla Pacheco the Spider-Woman writer?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Carla.
Would you ever consider a team up crossover between Daredevil and Spider-Woman?
No, absolutely not. Carla's involved, forget it. Yeah, I don't know. Daredevil's a weird book. I tend to not do a lot of kind of crossover stuff there because I really want it to be self-contained. We're doing a King of Black crossover, which I think I may have mentioned. Like I kind of tweaked to the idea of doing it after the Ann Nocenti interview.
Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, and that's Donnie's Venom event, correct?
Yeah. And it's a cool event. And like once I figured out a way in, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I should do this. I should play more with the other books and the Marvel stuff. I don't know if I'm just repeating myself here, but doing the interview with Ann Nocenti and rereading her stuff and like Fall of the Mutants and Inferno, which Daredevil tied into a fair amount. Those were just amazing issues. They're really so well done, and they work with the story she's telling, and that kind of inspired me. And also Hickman talking in the Marvel summits, like, he would just be like, we're part of this. You got to play along, support each other, and that resonated with me because I look up to him probably too much. He's also a monster, but
he's taller than you, exactly.
No, he's just a monster, like his soul, like not physically. He's just his soul.
No, and truly, Chip, I'm glad you mentioned that. We shouldn't take for granted that a conversation we had a couple of weeks ago has been watched by the same audience. So it's okay to, for us to talk about some of this stuff. And also, I'm glad you mentioned the Nocenti chat because, and I don't have the link, and Drew, I don't know if you have it, but a couple of weeks ago there was this great Daredevil convention online, much like Mainframe, and Chip did a great one-on-one with Ann Nocenti. And if people who don't know, Ann Nocenti is not only an amazing writer and editor for years in comics, but she had the unenvious job of having to follow Frank Miller on Daredevil, and did it for how many years? I mean, 5 or 6 years, if not more.
Yeah. That was a ton of fun talking with her. But between her and Hickman, like it kind of convinced me to do the crossover issues with King and Black. So I'm more open to it now. If the stories, I guess if the stories aid each other and the timing lines up, I'd work with Carla in a heartbeat. Like I don't want to build up her ego or anything, but she's fantastic. She's a fantastic writer. She's a fun person. And she's doing cool things in Spider-Woman. So I was like, why wouldn't I want to tie into that?
And mentioning Ann Nocenti's Daredevil run, I think this is an interesting question. Talking about Inferno, how do you feel about Daredevil with Mephisto? The whole idea about a religion and the devil,
like as a couple, because that's kind of almost what kind of happened in that one issue. The beer with the devil, the Christmas story. He's like making out with Mephisto at the bar. It's such a good issue. But I love those. I love those issues so much. Like I'm collecting them right now, just as single issues to bind them. That whole run, I think it's John Romita Jr.'s like best work, Nocenti's best work. Like taking a character like that and actually like bringing him to hell with like Karnak and Gorgon and like just the craziness, and Silver Surfer shows up and getting a Daredevil book. It's so off the wall, and like Marvel's got the devil. They've got the devil to play with as a character. Like, why wouldn't you have that character interact with the guilt-ridden Catholic who dresses as the devil? Like, it's such a perfect, obvious fit. Because you think of Mephisto, you think of him versus Thor, Silver Surfer, like really big things. But it's the small stories. It's like the stuff with him and Daredevil is like so good, so rich. The only reason I haven't like done that in my run is I just don't want to retread that ground because it's so perfect.
I get it, and I agree. In Ant's hands, that's one thing, and I, it's really, I think the anything outside of street level Daredevil, it better have a good reason for the story to exist. That's where I become Denny O'Neil, because he used to say that about putting Batman in space, and he was really against it in terms of are you really going to have to convince me that this story works before I say yes? When he was the bad editor,
Yeah, I mean, these characters exist for so long, like 80 years or 60 years, that there's a malleable quality to them. Like, I don't mind the Batman in space adventures because I know there have been decades of Batman street level or Batman international kind of character, Batman with 100 Robins, Batman by himself. Like, I think you can mine some interesting new stories because that's the trick with these characters is trying to find new stories. So like, how many street level Daredevil stories can you do before you're retreading stuff? Like maybe I should put Daredevil in space and just see what happens with him in a new environment. And that's why Nocenti brought him out of New York, right? Like had him, destroy his life and just kind of walk away. And some really solid done-in-one issues of like morality
100%.
Plays.
Yes. Creating Typhoid Mary, amazing.
Yeah, and like, the whole thing about like, there was Ultron, there was like factory farming, like all these weird things that she was touching upon that you could kind of only do when you take him out of New York City. So yeah, I think you kind of have to do that with characters at some point. Just to test them and see what kind of new things you can do with them and stretch them. One of the kind of the compliments that I get, I love talking about my compliments, that I actually don't like is when people are just like, oh, Chip understands this character. Chip gets Spider-Man. Like other writers don't. Chip gets these characters. I'm like, no, we all get the character. Like, but you're looking at characters that are like 70, 80 years of history. Like if you didn't like Dan Slott's take on Spider-Man, that's one thing. But he wrote such a big chunk. That is the character. Like that's officially what the character is. You might be, pining for Romita Senior or Ditko, but this is what the character has grown to. So he does have an understanding of the character, and you kind of need to break the characters and do things with them. Like, I was fortunate to write Doom during Bendis's Infamous Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
Which was a great extension of that character. Like it was so much fun to do. And, diehard old fans preferred Doom as a villain, but newer fans were just like, oh yeah, this is great. What a great evolution of the character. And then, you do the reset and you have to bring him back because you can't have Marvel Universe just full of heroes and reformed
pretty
villains.
people. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's nothing left there, but it's a new take on the character and everything gets reset and everything, you take what you can from different eras, and I think any writer that goes into Marvel who loves Marvel Comics understands the character, but your focus is on an aspect of the character.
Understood. Absolutely. Mentioning Doom and the Fantastic Four universe, Raspberry Art asks, your 2-in-1 was awesome. Can we just get you on the Fantastic Four? I'm assuming Raspberry Bat does know that you just wrapped up a great Fantastic Four story with, was it Terry Dodson, right?
Yeah,
The crossover with the FF and the X-Men.
Yeah, Terry, Rachel, and Laura.
Yes.
Super dream team. That was a ton of fun because, I love Marvel 2-in-1. I love those characters. And when I pitched them Fantastic Four X-Men, it was my favorite mini when I was a kid. So to get to do kind of a new version of that was a lot of fun. And I said this before, like I never talk about books that I want to do or don't want to do because that's someone's job. Like I wouldn't want somebody doing that with me, no matter what kind of job I was doing. Like if I was an accountant in a firm, managing accountant or whatever. I don't understand accounting. I don't even know why I'm using that. And, somebody else in the office is like, oh man, every interview, I want to be the managing accountant in this firm. Like, what? What the fuck, man? Like, that's literally my job. That's how I put food on the table. So I never really talk about like the books I would or wouldn't do. I'm grateful having done Marvel 2-in-1 and Fantastic Four X-Men, like being able to dip in and do those was just a dream,
Well, that's the thing, man. I mean, you haven't gotten the regular gig, But that said, you've been allowed to play with these characters. Well, just like Spider-Man, although you did have your own run on Spider-Man as well.
On Spectacular, but again,
Yeah.
there's less pressure there because you're the secondary title. Marvel 2-in-1 was kind of the same thing.
Well, and I understand from a pressure standpoint, but I mean, I like, it's so funny because I know depending on the creator or editor, they will disagree with you, because I know regarding Slott's run on Spider-Man and the amount of Spider-Man comics Brian wrote, Bendis, Brevoort's like, well, no, it's just amazing. And if you didn't read Amazing, it doesn't count. And it's like, of course it counts. It's fucking Spider-Man book, whatever. Yeah. But I understand what you're saying. But that's the thing. I mean, you still have had a chance to express what you want to about the FF in the miniseries and in 2-in-1, certainly.
Yeah, and like,
so
they're dream projects, like 2-in-1 especially. Like,
I'm with you on that. I love that book.
I had such a blast on that, and like getting to team up with those artists too, like Jim Chung and Valerio and Ramon. You couldn't have asked for a better experience on that. And in a lot of ways, like Fantastic Four coming back towards the end of that kind of freed me up to be like, okay, well, I can get off the stage and like not run this into the ground. Like it was a good opportunity to kind of dismount, and also just to read Fantastic Four again. Like I love Dan's book, so as a reader, I'm just like, oh, this is great. I get to like, I kind of like, you kind of get the chance to like tee it up, and then you get to actually read and enjoy a new run of Fantastic Four, which is great.
No, I agree. I like what Chaos and Comics says too. I like when writers like Chip build on the past. FF X-Men was great because it called back to the old FF crossovers with Kitty and Franklin. Yes, their relationship, Kitty and Franklin in particular, in that miniseries, I think was tremendous.
Yeah, it's a balancing act, because you don't want to become Captain Nostalgia. And,
sure,
constantly reference the past. But between those two teams, like that felt like an important thing, and to thematically kind of tie this mini to that previous mini as well. Yeah,
that, and honestly, I think the checks on each other that happened between Xavier and Reed Richards is chilling.
Yeah,
and I love the way you used Reed's notes on what he was inventing, and then Xavier taking that memory away, and just the progression of those notes in your miniseries was just this great other level and layer of storytelling. I thought that really was terrific.
I was really looking forward to that coming out. And I'm super happy that Tom Brevoort kind of gave me those extra pages to kind of do that effect of the machinery kind of disappearing from the diagrams. That was a really cool scene to get to write, and Terry knocked it out of the park with the pencils. Because like in the past, Xavier would pull that kind of shit, but he would also, erase the memory of him doing it. Like, so it's a secret. Okay, I'm gonna make sure he can't do that again, but I'm gonna disappear into the shadows. But the way Hickman's been writing the X-Men and the kind of the new status quo and being like, fuck you world, like this is us, this is who we are. Don't mess with us. It felt like a natural progression to have Xavier be like, you're gonna remember that I did this, so you don't do it again.
Drew asked a good question. Did you see Xavier as a villain in that moment?
No, that's what I try to do with stories like that, especially when you're playing hero against hero, is like you have to be able to see it from both points of view. Like Reed is like a very well-meaning character that usually gets in over his head sometimes with his grand plans, but he's also very much an unchecked character in the Marvel universe, right? Like there's a building downtown in New York with so much equipment that could destroy the world. And he's left to his own devices.
Yep.
And he's morally and ethically left to his own devices too, as to how he uses this stuff. You don't want to give too much of a real world lens to these kind of characters, or else it kind of destroys the comic bookness of it.
Sure.
But you want to give it just enough of one to be like, okay, Professor X, he kind of has to put Reed in check here. Like the stuff Reed was doing, exploring the mutant gene and cloaking it, like that can have like huge consequences.
Yep.
and whatever his next step is could have bigger consequences. So to defend a nation of hundreds of thousands of people who are, routinely persecuted and murdered, Professor X is in his right to do that, but also it's a dick move, and it's a move that's going to create tension with the world's smartest man, who is inherently a good person. So it's like, yeah. So I really enjoy writing scenes like that because, but the reaction's always interesting because because you'll have people, tweet at you or send you messages or whatever, just like, oh man, like that was so cool that he did that to Reed. Reed really messed with Franklin. And then you'll have the opposite where you'll just have like, oh yeah, Professor X is such a monster now. I'm like, you're all right. You're all correct.
Absolutely.
In this.
Depending on who's the hero. Go ahead.
I was just saying, which I think it's lost a little bit in the kind of the new kind of X-Men status quo. Older, longer readers, I'm noticing, are the ones that are looking at the X-Men as being bad guys now, and the younger readers are looking at them as being like, oh no, they're planting their feet down and they're saying no more.
Sure.
That's an interesting story thing there.
I completely agree, man. And this is the great thing about art, is how the observer takes it in and how they consume it and what they interpret from it. No, I completely agree.
I love all the books that the X Office is putting out, but I also really love the teams that they have on them, like the various writers, because you'll have like kind of classic old guys with beards, but you have like a younger, more interesting voices in it as well, both on the writing and the editing side, who are telling really interesting stories from a fresher perspective. It was a treat to work on that mini, I know enough of what's coming up that I'm super excited as a reader and as a possible creator down the line to tap into this stuff.
Excellent.
But yeah, it's really cool, and the people working on those books are awesome.
Well, and that's Chip. That's why, as I understand where you're coming from when you say that it's a compliment when people say you get these characters. But I would evolve that observation and say the good writers understand these characters, can show where they can go to from a story standpoint that the average fan may not think of, and that's what's delightful. And I point to my conversation with Wade in both Doctor Strange and the Invisible Woman series, where it's like, of course Sue Storm was a spy.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same with Doctor Strange, and having that Surgeon Supreme arc, where it's like, yeah, why haven't we gotten a really good Doctor Strange hospital drama during this run of 60 years? You get it. And it's amazing that, again, writers are finding new ways to tell great stories with these very old characters.
Yeah, and to do that, you kind of have to break a few things to have that happen. If the character is advanced the way the reader expects them to advance, then the reader will suddenly be like, oh, I'm not that interested in these stories. Why is that? Like, well, I can tell you why, because it's happening exactly as you think it's going to happen. Like, I was a huge X-Men fan back in the day, and if there's one thing I kind of learned as a writer from Chris Claremont, besides letting people know that your character is the best at what they do, and what they do isn't very nice, is subvert the expectation. Don't give the reader what they're asking for. Like, all the readers ever wanted in X-Men, like from the beginning, was for them to be content in the mansion. The dead character's alive, everyone's kind of like happy and grounded, and they go and they fight bad guys. And like, his whole run is just not doing that. It's like sending them to Australia, like splitting them up, bringing in like villains as X-Men. Like, I one of my favorite things to do is to read old letter columns.
Me too.
Of how angry people were at all the stuff that was going on. They're all buying shit out of it, but they're so furious. And like the fact that he ended and got fired from the book, a couple of issues after they reset it and put them all back in the mansion playing basketball and having a good time. Like, that's when I left as a reader. Like I left shortly after that because it wasn't interesting anymore. Like I wasn't like wondering what was going to happen next because you kind of know where it is and where it's going. So you have to risk having some angry fans at you because you're doing the thing that they don't want you to do, but you're creating a more interesting story as a result with those characters.
Well, and again, it depends on how long the story goes, because I think both companies editorially are more conscious of that as they were, a few years ago. Because it's like, okay, there's a lot of competition on the shelves.
Yeah,
and as cool and interesting a change of the status quo might be, it's like, okay, but if you really go more than a year or whatever, it's like, I don't know. I kind of wonder if you're asking too much. And I don't think either company allows for that anymore.
They don't, but they sure did with that X-Men reboot. Like that was a massive swing. The idea of stopping all the books, focusing on those 2 minis, just upending everything, and then kind of exploding out on the other end of it with a whole new kind of line of books. It's the guts it took to do that from a publishing standpoint. Was really, really something, and it worked. And my hope is, and I talked to some editors about it too whenever they kind of pitch me on a thing. I'm just like, well, why not take it a step further and make it a bigger thing? Like, why not, just see what happens when you take a huge swing? And as a writer, we're all pointing to the X-Men relaunch as a best case scenario there. Like, look at this. Look what you could have if you did that with this character, that character, this group of characters. And just told like just wild big stories that are very different from the ones that were told before. I think there's a lot of room for that at DC and Marvel. Whether or not they do it, with these times, it is another story. Because there's financial concerns and stuff that's way over my head. I'm only interested in telling the stories that I want to tell. So, there could be some frustration when editors don't sign off on like a massive change, but yeah.
If you don't mind, dude, because we did it before when we talked, but Drew, single out on Chip, and I want you to point out the art that's behind you, because I think that's been one of the highlights of this COVID world, when we get to see people's workplaces or studies, and we get to see the interesting bookshelves, or in most cartoonist cases, the original art behind them.
Yeah, I kind of just managed, several months in to finally frame all of my art and get them on the walls. Like in the corner, you can't really make it out. I've got like an old Archie page I picked up years ago. I've got a Howard the Duck page from Joe Quinones. I've got the History of Rap from my friend Kagan, Erica Henderson, Jughead, a Sean Phillips Incognito page. This weird one up above is like a drawing of me as a kid when I was like 5, going off to kindergarten.
Oh, that's awesome!
Yeah, it was drawn by a.
Whoops! Hold on a second. They've got the wrong card up there. It was get back onto Chip's just Chip solo, Drew. Can you do that, Drew?
Yeah,
there we go. Thank you, buddy.
That was drawn by an uncle of mine who's an illustrator who came over here from Holland, teaching himself English and pitching to all the newspapers. And he sent that to me when I was a kid because he knew I was an artist. And I finally got it framed after like 40 years. Walt Simonson Jughead page that he sent me.
Outstanding.
From a cover he did.
Very good.
Yeah.
Then on that side,
the whole other side, I can't twist it too much. I'm going to lose connection.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, we don't want to mess you up.
But I've got Veronica Fish did this Twin Peaks painting, which I love. It's so beautiful. There's a classic Toronto illustrator, Will Davies, who that one and that one there. That's him. A friend of mine, Graham Lemieux, illustrator. Jim Chung sent me that.
Beautiful.
A nice oil painting from my friend Ben. Phil Collins from Kagan.
Beautiful,
man. I've managed to get all this stuff up and kind of make this a much better space. But
that's awesome.
I'm always careful not to angle it at my whiteboard, which reveals far too much as to what I'm doing.
That's cool. People are
Yeah,
already
someone
commenting
just
on the art.
mentioned Veronica Fish. Yeah, she's unbelievably talented. I met her at a Heroes Con years ago, her and her husband, and I was like, oh, her work's so good, and I got her in to do an issue of Howard the Duck.
Awesome.
And we didn't realize until after the issue come out that Fish and Chip.
Duh.
Like,
Yeah.
how stupid are we?
Oh my God. Well, there's got to be a future project for the two of you. Absolutely. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I know.
That's brilliant. That's it.
Just slipped through my grasp.
Like a bad 70s Universal Detective series. He's Fish. She's Fish. He's Chip. Together, it's murder. So
Exactly.
that's outstanding. Well, dude, great work on Spider-Man Life Stories. I've seen a couple things mentioned as well in the chat regarding that series.
Yeah.
And did you win? Someone asked earlier if you won the Eisner for Spectacular. I don't know if they were being silly or serious.
I won Best Single Issue last year for Spectacular, the one that I wrote and drew.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's awesome, man.
That
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, dude, we can wrap. I know people are waiting backstage for the next panel.
Yeah.
So and we can certainly wrap. But anything? So we got Stillwater coming out.
Yeah. Let me look at my board and see what I can talk about.
There you go. Yeah, the whiteboard. Absolutely. We don't want to spoil though.
Yeah, Daredevil. We're really far ahead on Daredevil. Like I think, I've written up through issue 27, which is kind of a good feeling. So that's continuing on. There's another Marvel thing I can't talk about. Another Marvel thing I can't talk about. A DC thing I can't talk about. Another Marvel thing I can't talk about. Sex Criminals. We're wrapping one more issue. Oh, another DC thing I can't talk about. Another book with Jason Liu. And the rest of the team from Afterlift, the Comixology thing. We're working on a new book, which hasn't been announced yet. I got another Image book, and then Stillwater, which comes out September sometime.
Outstanding. And I know everyone is relieved to hear that because, sometimes as we get to the end of the year, maybe someone's leaving a book, but Daredevil, you've still got a lot left to say in the book.
Yeah. As long as they'll have me. I had a great editorial call with the Daredevil editors on Friday. We were talking about like issue, what was it, 38? Like, so we're planning out pretty far, and with big things like issue 38 is going to be huge, and like there's all this stuff that's going to spin out of it, and I'm really excited for the future of it.
That's awesome, man. If you don't mind, Drew, pulling back to the two shot,
yeah,
we will wrap things up. And I will say thank you very much, Chip, for hanging out and having a great conversation as always.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed this one, you might want to look at the Word Balloon library over at the Word Balloon YouTube page and listen to us blather for an hour plus about many of the same subjects. But we got another great panel for you coming up in just a couple minutes. And I've got a couple coming up later on as well. I know. Sorry, Chaos. We don't want Chip to spoil. No camera on the whiteboard, unfortunately. But I'll be doing a talk with Erica Henderson and David Pepos, and
awesome.
I'm excited about those. And then Neotext, a very interesting prose initiative that one of my all-time favorites, Howard Chaykin, is involved with.
Okay,
so
cool.
So Chip, as always, man, great seeing you. I'm sure we'll talk in a few months, and I'll be bugging you again for a new conversation. But
awesome. Say hi to Erica for me.
I absolutely will. And everyone, please support the Hero Initiative today, and do what you can to help these great creators out. But thanks everybody. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll talk soon. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, all.
Thank you so much, John and Chip Zdarsky. Coming up next, we have a voice from the DC universe, Jason Spisek, the voice of the Joker. Oh man, some cool stuff going to happen here. Adron's going to be coming on to let you guys know all about that. Before we do that, just want to reiterate, theheroinitiative.org is the reason why we are doing this. If you guys are enjoying these panels, enjoying this content, please let us know by hitting that green button below the player on the Mainframe website. It says heroinitiative.org. You can donate right there to this fabulous charity. Any amount we will be appreciative of. If you guys are watching us live on YouTube, heroinitiative.org, open up a new window, go to the Hero Initiative, throw a couple ducats their way. They will very much appreciate it. We've got a whole slate of events coming up. You guys see that on the screen right now. There's going to be an exclusive variants panel coming up later with some fantastic artists. Mad Cave is going to take over pretty much the evening of Hall D with Stargazer, Dryfoot, and Villainous, a half hour on each of those books. It's going to be awesome. And then we got Neotext coming up, and John Suntress will be coming back to host that one for us. So we'll see more of John along the way. Before we get into the panel, just want to reiterate one more time that we have variants available from Scout Comics. We've got the Mainframe exclusive covers. They're limited to 100 sets, guys, and these are all 4 books for $40. You're getting a one of 100 for $10, basically. Where else as a collector can you make that happen? These Mainframe variants are going to go fast. Make sure you check them out at the link there. It's bit.ly Scout Mainframe. And if you go to the Scout Comics website, they actually have access to that on the main page as well. Next, we've got Jason Spisek Spotlight. We'll be coming right back for you guys.
Hey, Mainframe Comics people, Mainframe Comic Con. Thank you for joining us here on a Sunday afternoon here in Hall D. I know you've already been enjoying just an immense amount of fantastic content and interviews and looks at the things that are happening in the comics and nerd world in general. So really happy that you guys are coming and joining us for all of this stuff. And thank you for all the organizers of this convention. It's really, really cool. My name is Adrian Buskey. I am the host of the Fictitious podcast, which is about the storytelling craft of science fiction and fantasy. Also the co-founder of Nerd for a Living, which you might know from tons of interviews we've done in the past and lots of programming we've done at comic conventions back when those were things you could do in real life and actually spend time with real people in person. Someday we'll get to do them again, but for right now, we get amazing virtual events like this one. And so I'm a huge animation fan, particularly a big fan of DC animated, the DC animated extended universe from Justice League and Batman and Young Justice and all those things on down, all those individual movies. And so I'm really stoked anytime I get a chance to talk to somebody who is from that stable of creatives and voiceover people and the people who just make those stories come to life in animation. So I'm really stoked to be talking today to Jason Spisek, who is a voice that you might know very well from the fan favorite Young Justice series, because he played Wally West, Kid Flash in that fantastic series that we've had 3 seasons of, and we should have a 4th one coming. Jason has also voiced a bunch of other iconic DC characters, including Hal Jordan, Barry Allen, Jason Todd, the Penguin, and very notably the Joker. His DC animation credits also include Teen Titans, The Judas Contract, Batman Hush, JLA Adventures Trapped in Time, Batman Bad Blood, Superman Red Sun, DC Superhero Girls, and a whole bunch of the DC Lego films, and even Green Lantern, the animated series. So specifically, we'll be talking today about a lot of the stuff like Young Justice and the Joker, but just kind of getting a few, the eye of what it's like to be a voice actor working on these iconic properties and working across so many of them. So Drew, if you want to bring in Jason and let's start the conversation. How you doing, man?
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh no, I can't hear you.
Oh no! Oh wait, stop.
Here's the joy of live programming and figuring out where the audio is.
Jason,
that's
your
not
audio
good.
is just fine. Adrian, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Drew.
Yeah. I
there you are.
I'm unmuted, so we're probably
Well,
something on your end, maybe.
I'll go back to watching from behind.
Yeah, Jason just appeared for me, so it's all good. That's why it's beautiful to have a tech guy working behind to pull it in.
Was I just like on some kind of lag? Is that what happened?
Oh, I don't know, man. The internet is a fickle mistress. You never know
is.
at any given time what's going to happen. I love immediately that, like, right behind you, you've got the Batman Hush poster, and there's the Young Justice season 3 for Outsiders and all that stuff. Like, that makes
I
and
got
Joker.
some like character sketches of Forager down there.
Oh, that's fantastic. I
Yeah,
really want to
those
dig
are-
into that too. So that is great.
That. My buddy
Oh.
Brandon Vietti gave me those.
Oh man, that's so great. That's so rad. That's one of the one of the things I love about doing these like virtual events, and in the age of COVID and doing all these things, through webcam, whatever, is that instead of being in person, which is a bummer, missing out on that human connection. But it's cool that we get a chance to actually see into people's homes a little bit, see their environments, see their nerd stuff, the things they're letting their geek flag fly,
Sure.
So I really dig that stuff. So
yeah, I mounted this all on the wall. It's hard because in a small space that's allowed like behind you, I think it's like 5 feet wide. You got to try and cram in all the things that you want people to see, and so I got a Kid Flash one down there. I got my Young Justice Outsiders. I think on the side there's that. I got a Forager that my buddy Luke Dobb did for me.
Oh, nice.
And I got the Joker back there that Luke did. Kind of fun. Yeah.
You
so
came prepared.
if you came with all those in a Comic-Con, usually they kind of dress things up for you and you have your stuff you're going to sign on the table. But yeah, it is kind of fun to do your own set dressing.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
That's something I wonder about a lot when you are like particularly a voice actor, where most of the time people don't see your face, right? Like they know your voice or they know many of your voices.
Right.
But then
Is
you go
that better?
Yeah, that's awesome. But then you go to a convention, and if you're signing, then usually you get a big banner behind you that has your face on it and your name really big. How weird is that to be like at a convention and to like walk down an aisle and then see your face up on some big banner and
It's really weird, and I'll be honest, because like I'm more of a voiceover kind of guy. Like I've done some on-camera stuff, but you saw all the credits that I have, and I don't even think a lot of people even know who I am, because I'm not a person who puts myself like Jason Spizak, the persona, out there. I just love to tell stories. It's my favorite thing in the whole world ever since I was a kid, just to tell stories. And that's what I love to do. So it's weird for me because I usually let the characters speak for me. I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but I mean, it's my work, it's my art. I don't spend a lot of time out in the spotlight just as a person. Like I got rid of social media completely a couple of years ago just because.
You're a wise man.
But I work a ton. And so for me, that's me speaking to my fans. I'm speaking to my fans every time Kid Flash opens his mouth, or Forager, or the Joker, or Hal Jordan. And I don't know. I mean, every human being is different, and the way they relate to their fans and their art is different. And for me, that's just how I roll, I guess. So yeah, it is weird to see like my name, my face up there, because to me, it's always my characters. That's who I speak through. So.
Well, I think VO artists are kind of, I mean, in television and in films, they often talk about character actors, the people who disappear into a character rather than having like, when you hire Bruce Willis, you get it is Bruce Willis as something. There's a kind of a thing he does, right?
When you hire Jack Nicholson, no matter what, you're always going to get him. You just get me those wonderful toys.
Exactly, right. You know it when you hear it, you know it when you see it. They're that person, but then the character actor is the one who completely disappears into a role, becomes something completely different. Yeah. And I think voice actors, by and large, are those kinds of actors who, and
there are plenty of voice actors whom you hear their voice and you know it's them. In addition to being incredibly talented and vocally flexible, but like sometimes when you hear Troy in a game, like, it's Troy, or when you hear Nolan, sometimes you're like, oh, like that's Nolan. Like he's just, the character they're playing is not that far off from themselves. I can't really think of a voice that I've done that's just me. I've tried it. I've auditioned many times just as me, but nothing ever quite ends up just that. There's always some extra sauce on top or something else. I don't know. And I don't know why that is. I mean, I think all actors are character actors. I think every actor invests themselves in the role, especially the talents that I get to come in contact with, luckily, all the time. And it impresses me to the degree that people invest in their characters all the time. But some people, I just think they disappear more because who they are never really ends up out there much. I don't know why. It's just different that way.
Yeah, I think it's the different approaches and how much, I mean, like you mentioned, like Nolan North, like where he's talked about before, where when he got cast as Nathan Drake, they just basically said, just be you. And so he was like, oh, that's the one time I don't have to try. I just show up and read the lines in my own voice.
He does. And I was in Uncharted Golden Abyss.
Right. Yeah. That was like the PSP game, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I was in the only Uncharted game that no one's ever played. So that could be part of the reason why people don't know who I am, because I played the bad guy, spoilers, in right alongside Nolan, and we had a great time.
It's hilarious to me that you said it, because we had joked before when we were organizing this panel that I was like, I could just get on here and just read your IMDb list and cover the half hour, like, right? Like, it's so easy, it'd be no problem. You could just nod along the background.
600 Instagram followers. So remember, those things are not directly proportional.
Right. But I love that you mentioned that about the Uncharted game, because I saw that and I am a huge Uncharted fan. I love that series. I did not know that there was a PSP game.
Yeah, you didn't buy it, right?
I came in the PS4 era, so I missed the early ones, right? And so I never had a PSP. And so I saw that and I was like, wait, is that a DLC? Did I miss something? What did I miss? And then I was like, and I read it. I was like, you did a voice in a game that I've never heard of in a franchise I love.
It was Uncharted 3, only they had different writers. It's like someone comes from Drake's past who he hasn't known, and then, it's like the plot is very similar. But it was actually done by Ben Studios. My buddy John Garvin wrote that, and he's the same studio that did Days Gone, which is the sort of post-apocalyptic Oregon game that just came out a little while ago, where I also play a lead not bad guy, but I don't want to spoil anybody if they haven't played Days Gone yet. So it was not a Naughty Dog property, the one on the PSP, and a lot of people don't know that, because basically anytime you think Uncharted, you think Naughty Dog, and it was the only one in the franchise that wasn't who made the game. I mean, like the cast, no one was there, and JB Blanc actually was on set with us. He and I played the two majors opposite Nolan, and on the boy side. Anyway, it was a blast. There was basically it's just Nolan and I on stage screwing around for the entire. I mean, I do play a character. It was from Drake's past. So this is a friend of his that he had before he was who he is now, back from when he was a naive young, treasure hunter situation. And then I come as a blast from the past, and Drake, you gotta be kidding me. What are you wearing? Like, you remind me of my Uncle Mikey wearing those sneakers. Like, we're always making fun of each other and stuff. He's just this sort of acerbic, overly proud and has no reason to be jerk from Drake's past. And
I hope somebody has done a super cut of all that.
Like, it's just, he's a jerk.
I'm gonna have to hunt that down in like YouTube and see if somebody's just done a super cut of all those scenes, so I can just watch the story, because I would love to see that and to see that interplay.
Yeah, I have one piece of it, because there was a mocap scene that I did, and so I used it for my mocap reel. I think it's on YouTube a ways back, and so you can look up. There's like a scene from the end, I think. And I juxtaposed me on mocap stage with what the actual final animation was. You can see them both.
That's awesome. When you get into like voice acting, I mean, like you said, you've done, you've done on-screen work and stuff too. But
Sure.
these days, with all the video games and stuff, there's this new element where you might have to go in and get some dots put on your face and wear a goofy outfit and do the mocap. Like, was that something you're like, yeah?
Oh, I love it. I mean, it's like being a kid again. Well, a kid plus your high school black box theater. Like they basically hand you a small cube and they're like, this is the Anasazi Island. You're like, you're just making crap up, but it's this like black piece of wood painted black with a couple of green fuzzies on it. And they're telling you that, and it's the ultimate playground for your imagination because you really don't have much else. I mean, like when I did Gears of War Tactics most recently, I played Ukon, and he's the baddie in that game, a 7-foot-tall lizard creature, and I'm 5'7" on a good day. So, it's a lot of imagination. Yeah, and if you haven't played Gears of War Tactics, it's pretty awesome. And I got to play the hunchback that runs around Mad Max, the game. I'm Chumbucket also in that game. So yeah, I show up everywhere and just nobody knows it's me.
Do you ever have moments where people are like, oh, I really enjoyed your performance in this thing, and you're like, what, was I in that?
Yes.
Because I mean, that list is so long. How do you keep track?
All the time. And and what's so funny is, to top it off, I have a really crappy long-term memory. So imagine, like my wife will tell me, don't you remember we did this thing? And I'm like, I don't remember that. I mean, if it's like a year ago, forget it. So the sad part is I can't talk about anything until a year after I've done it because these things have to be animated. The games don't come out. And like, I'm scrambling to find out. Plus we work under code names. So every game I worked with, I think Gears of War Tactics was Gosling was the code name for it. Or gander, like, baby goose. And I'm like, so I don't even know what the game is called unless someone tells me, like near the end when it comes to publicity time. And it's strange. It's like alphabet soup in my brain. But oddly enough, like if I see a picture of the character or whatever, I can remember the voice that I did, and it's very easy for me to call back.
That's a good skill to have. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my crutch. Is like, I was in that game. Oh, cool. Show me the poster.
You need the visual reference again.
Right. Yeah. Right. I was in that game. Really? Do you have something for me to sign? Because can I see it first so that I can remember? Yeah. Anyway.
So I mean that kind of leads me into thinking about Young Justice. I mean, you came on board as Wally West. There's the first 2 seasons, and then the show got canceled for toy reasons that made the entire fandom's heads explode. But then had this wonderful thing where the show came back after a little while, and you got to return to it. Now, granted,
you can't kill that thing, man. It's awesome. I mean, you can kill me. You can kill Wally, but you can't kill the show in general. We were blown away. I mean, it was kind of a weird like thought experiment that you in your brain, you're like, well, hey, they brought back Veronica Mars. That was kind of like, I think, the first one that ever happened where the fans kind of put out an uproar, and there were some production producers that took mind of that. So we're thinking, well, what if we get people to watch Young Justice on Netflix and just endlessly stream it, and our numbers would be so great they can't help but want to bring us back, and Netflix will play for the next season. Like, that was the idea. Not my idea. I think it was probably Greg Weisman is the mastermind behind the plot to bring it all back, and Gargoyles, Greg Weisman, and many, many other awesome things. So we just started sharing that with fans. I was on Twitter at the time, just any chance we got to get people to binge. So there was this hashtag BingeYJ, and people would just leave their TVs, their computers on with Young Justice streaming. And Netflix, of course, at the time had started to autoplay the next episode. Mm-hmm. And they would just leave stuff on in the corner of the room. like every computer they had in their house, and our numbers were so. There was this anecdotal story going around that Brandon Vietti shared with me, and he said, so we went in to meet with Netflix, and Netflix ultimately didn't end up being the ones that produced it. Obviously, Warner Brothers did when they saw the numbers, but there was this.
We're going to take that right back.
There was like a well, they should. I mean, it's their property, and
Right.
a lot of the stuff was invented like from whole cloth, like their vision of Aqualad, for example, right?
Mhm.
And the incredible art, Phil Ross's art, came to life there. So so they were in this meeting, and there's this bean counter person from Netflix, and they go, there's executives there, or whoever, and somebody asks, okay, so what are the numbers for this Young Justice thing, whatever this is? We never heard of this. Like, what are the numbers? And the accountant person, like, accounting, like data metrics analysis person shows them the numbers. And the executive person goes, yeah, well, those are pretty good 90-day numbers. And the analytics person goes, that's a month. And the rest is history. Like, and then there was season 3. So, and now
it's a big flex.
San Diego Comic-Con, there's season 4 now coming up.
So how does that feel for somebody like you, where like, I mean, you played Wally, fan favorite character, absolutely fantastic. And then just a great cast, great characters, great writing. I mean, those first 2 seasons, oh my God, they're so good.
So good. It's ridiculous. There's not a thing that was subpar. I mean, the voice directing, the visual direction, the acting, the writing, it was just like mind blown. I'm so lucky. It's just chance that I got to be a part of it. I mean, I'd love to say I'm so talented, but there's a lot of talented people. I'm so fortunate to be a part of the show. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no. I think so. They announced, okay, we're coming back for season 3. I mean, on your end, are you like, that's so great, I'm dead?
I'm crapping chocolate bars. That's what I'm doing. I'm like, everybody's going to be on the train except for me. And I'm in the station going, okay, guys, have a good time. Yeah, I'm just dead.
Right.
Yeah, it's cool, guys. Don't worry. No, I'm just going to be here in the Speed Force. Forget about me. So, yeah, it was a little scary. But I know Greg and Brandon pretty well, and we had talks about that, like, because I knew it was happening, and I was like, so are we gonna bring Wally back? What's the story? And they're like, no, Young Justice consequences are real, and Wally's dead. We can't take the show in a way that discounts the impact of something as serious as Wally dying. And that's one of the things that makes Young Justice so incredible to watch. For adults and kids together alike, their parents and their children, whatever, everybody can get something out of the show on all those different levels. And the reason for that is that the world has consequences. It's not just, it's closer to truth. And that really, it follows all the way to Kid Flash and, Mr. Wally West, so that bummed me out. Like, I was like, oh, so he's really going to be dead. And they're like, well, he might come back in an episode here or there, in a flashback or a fever dream or whatever. But yeah, he's really, really dead. I'm like, not in the Speed Force. They're like, shut up. So, But then they asked me, they said, we have this other character that we're bringing in from the comic books, and he's really different. He's from New Genesis, which is this planet of bug life, and he's actually a 6-armed bug creature named Forager. And I'm like, leave it to Greg Weisman, because he knows every esoteric character from DC's comics, book history, bar none. And I go, who's Forager? Like, I've never heard of this guy. Like, what's the story? And so I looked him up, like, immediately, on my phone. I'm like, I'm looking up at the old artwork and everything. And then I said, they asked me, do you want to play him? I said, of course. I mean, I'm going to be in this show. Regardless, I'll do anything. I'll be a security guard. Absolutely. And so they showed me some of Phil's artwork, I believe, which again is right there. Some of the journey towards Forager. You can see at one point he was this really skinny guy, and they were working on the helmet, a bunch of other cool things in Pillbug mode. So they showed me some of the early artwork, and I just started doing what I do. I just start creating character. And so I came up with Forager. And I figured he would be this, and some of the character elements that they talked about, him being a bit of an outsider, being from another planet, just unsure of his situation, not sure if he's going to be accepted because he gets kicked off his home planet and has nowhere to go. And so there had to be an element of pathos in there, that you had to feel sorry for him. But there's also, you don't want that to be like, you don't want to milk, you can't play, hey, feel sorry for me. The way you get that is because he's far from home and he's a bit naive, but he's also super smart. So, there's a lot of humans in the world that are really, smart. They get it, but they're a fish out of water. And so they are naive. They say things that are incorrect because they're not speaking the language natively. They, take things the wrong way. So there's a lot of humor and levity in that. And Forager doesn't want to leave Forager's home. Like, he's ripped away from his home. So immediately your heart's like, oh man, you're killing me. And then there's also a lot of comic relief. Just the fact that he calls himself Forager, that it's a pronoun-less extravaganza. Miss Martian thinks that Forager, like he only uses people's full names, So.
Mm-hmm. Is that something like when you're working with the director, the show creators, the voice director, like how much are they involved with you crafting that new voice? Like, is that something where, like you said, you're looking at it and you just come in one day and you're like,
at this point, people just go, okay, Jason, what do you got? Because we got this weird ass thing that we don't know just here. And then because it's a creative process, they'll be like, no, can you do that a little bit higher? Can you put a little bit more gravel in there? Can you, we help shape it. Everybody in the creative process helps shape it. I mean, just the fact that Forager makes bug click sounds, if you've seen season 3, where he's like, he makes all these bug click noises. And I just came to the table with that. Like, they were thinking I was just going to be talking. And then one day I come in and I go, hey guys, I heard this great documentary on NPR about these cicadas. And turns out there's actually 3 sounds in the cicadas. One of them is a shh, one of them is a, and one of them is a, and when they all come together, it sounds like that cicada cacophony noise. Mm-hmm. Well, what if Forager speaks universal bug? And Brandon is looking at me like, yes. So, I mean, I just make shit up. I just make things up, man. But they always have to be grounded in the story. I mean, what you said in your own intro about how you've been interested in storytelling forever. I mean, it has to honor the character's place in the story. It can never be, look at me, look at me, look at me now. I can do this cool thing with my voice. It can't be that. It has to tell the alleyway of the story that your character is supposed to inhabit. And that's what I try to do, whether I'm playing the Joker or a bug.
I'm glad you mentioned the Joker there, because I think that segues nicely into, like, as you're crafting these character voices with Forager, nobody'd heard this character before, right? So, like, didn't have a preconceived idea of what this character would sound like. The Joker, on the other hand, is one of the most iconic villains ever created. Yeah. And there are several different definitive live action versions of them. Obviously, Mark Hamill's voiceover version is incredible. And now, granted, over the last 20 years or so, we've had a lot of different interpretations and stuff, but still, every time you go into that is the big shoes to fill kind of role, with a lot of expectation, a lot of preconceived notions. How did you approach Joker? Because you've done it in Hush, but then also in 2 of the Lego films too, right?
Yeah, true.
It's got to be a different flavor as well. So
I wouldn't say my approach changes. the reason for that is like nobody ever says, well, there's been a lot of really important actors who've played Hamlet. You know, like nobody ever said. I'm sure they think that, but nobody goes out there to beat Olivier's Hamlet or, you know, or Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet. I mean, you can't go out there and be like, I'm gonna, you know, whatever. It's a role like any other. It's a story like any other. You have to honor everything you can discover about the character and do it in your own way. So the Joker to me was no different. There was artwork that you have to honor, right? So Sam, when I came into the booth, we had a brief discussion about that because he's such an iconic character. I was like, what would you like from me? Would you like me to steer completely clear of what Mark Hamill has done? Would you like me to go Nicholson, Hanya? And he just goes, no, just do your own thing. We brought you in because you're going to do your own thing. But we would like you in this sort of deeper register to honor the artwork because, you know, that's pre-existing. So, really, there was an incredible amount of freedom, but ultimately I do think they had an idea in mind of the type of voice that they wanted from him. So it was definitely in that sort of, I mean, not quite the rasp. Like when you watch Batman Hush, he doesn't have quite the rasp. He doesn't have a lot of that like stuff that you heard like in the last Rocksteady game, you know, that the Joker was hurt constantly and everything because the artwork in Batman Hush, it doesn't show that. The story, that's not where the Joker is in his life. So the voice has to honor that. So I would say a little more vital, younger, sassier, you know, Joker, because I want people to go out and watch Batman Hush. I want you to go get the Blu-ray. I want you to go stream it because it's a little bit of a different take. The relationship between Joker and Batman is still there, but Batman thinks the Joker did something, and the Joker actually in this case he's caught off guard by Batman, which is rare because usually it's Batman who's caught off guard by the Joker. So to me, that was a joy to play that juxtaposition. And the scene in the alley, besides me choking myself in the studio, it was just one of the best, the most fun times I've had acting a scene in a long time. And I get to do the Joker laugh, you know, at the end of that scene. So.
Which I'm sure is great until your throat is giving out, I'm sure.
You know what's funny is I didn't feel it when recording the Joker, I never felt taxed. There's something about sitting in that space of the Joker that my voice never felt taxed, which was so great. You know, like you'd think after doing that for a while, you would just lose it. But no, it was actually, it just felt really grounded and fun to do.
Well, I can imagine that there's few characters that allow you as much like room for just complete manic fun as a voice actor than the Joker, because you get somebody who is full of menace, absolutely terrifying, incredibly intelligent, but also whimsical and funny and bizarre. Like there's a gonzo nature to that character that's going to give you a lot of room to play.
Yeah. The jail scene in that movie, Batman Hush, there's a whole time when Joker's off screen in this scene in the jail when Batman's getting attacked. And I just asked them, hey, do you want me to riff on this scene like I'm the Joker? And they went, yeah. So I improv'd a whole bunch of lines in there and they left a bunch of them in there.
That's awesome. And then that's going to be like, you're contributing anyway, but you're getting to really contribute like when you're basically writing, you know, through the character, which is really fun too.
Yeah. I give them a lot of stuff to choose from. So, you know, they have a very particular way they saw the Joker for that movie. And, you know, you hope to stay in that pocket for them too. So, I mean,
do you feel like
freedom, but ultimately in the end, you know, you can't go Lego Joker in Batman Hush, you know, Lego Joker, like you can't go Lego Joker in that movie. So you do have bumpers on the sides of the bowling alley.
That's a good analogy for it. Yeah. We only have a couple of minutes before we wrap up, but I feel like this has covered a scant amount of the things
You
I
should
wanted to
have
talk
went
to
for
you
an
about.
hour. I was like 30 minutes.
I know, right? Like, I mean, it's
The only person
again.
who talked to me for 30 minutes is like my kid, and that's only like 3 minutes, and then she's gone. Instagram.
Do the voices not work on the kid? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
well,
if you're
they're sick of them by now. You know, I got a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old, and they've had it. They love what I do, and they think it's great. But you know, I'm their dad, so yeah, they're past it.
I just always wonder if there was like the way you could actually like disarm the teenager, like they're in the middle of their teenage rebellion, and then you can like just toss a voice and break their cool for a minute.
Yeah, it goes something like this. It goes like, if you don't unload the dishwasher, then the Joker is going to find you when you're asleep. And they're like, shut up, Dad. So I got no power.
Yeah, they built up defenses. I guess, like, you know, after 14 years or so, you would have built up a way to resist those things. But still, it's got to make for an entertaining home life. Before we wrap up, so I two
Ask
things.
me anything.
All right, so like you were saying, like you do the voices, and usually you're doing it with a piece of artwork in front of you. You might see an animatic or something sometimes, but unless you're like doing anime dubbing, you're usually not seeing the animation ahead of time. What's it like seeing the performance all come together with art and story and direction and voice all together? And is there a particular scene that stands out to you as like, oh my God, I got to do that, and this is incredible?
Well, a lot of times they'll give you a still, right? They'll give you one of these things, a still of some kind, and so that helps. But there's nothing like seeing your performance come out of the mouth of an animated, you know, Phil Barassa character. Especially in an emotionally intense scene, right? Because, you know, banter is fun and kid flash zipping around is one thing, but even if you're not talking, right? Your voice has stopped, and it's the end of Young Justice season 2, and after Wally fades away, there's this moment on screen where Artemis is just there, and she has no lines. Stephanie has no lines. It's just the artwork moving in this incredibly emotional moment. And you can see that she has a tear running down her cheek, and she comes to the door, and you can't take your eyes off it. And you're feeling impacted by this. And all it is just frames of brilliant artists' work. It just goes to show you how I'm only one piece of the picture. Because when the voices stop, you still are in the story. So, to be honest, you know, I'm only 25% of the jig here, and the writing is a huge portion of it. I lean heavy on the writing when there's good writing, like Green Lantern, the animated series, for example. Good stories. It's easy to make that trust fall as an actor into those characters and those roles. And the art comes along in the end and sucker punches you because it's just so damn good.
Yeah. Well, as we wrap up then, I want to know, is there, I mean, with all those characters I listed off the top with Hal Jordan and the Joker and Wally West and billions of other ones.
Character? Don't even go there.
Oh, I'm not going to ask for a favorite. That's ridiculous. That's like asking for your child. But bucket list, who are you missing on the checklist yet that you'd like to do? It could be DC or anything. Like, you know.
I'd love to play Peter Parker, but I mean, I think I'm only a year younger than Yuri, or maybe I'm a year older than him. I think I might be getting past that. I actually would like to play Batman. One time we had to do Scratch for Young Justice. I think it was season 3. I'm trying to remember what the episode was. Greg Wiseman is in the booth, and it's just me. I had finished my lines for the recording session, and then he goes, pushes the button and goes, Jason, we've got some Scratch we need to record because Bruce isn't here. Could you do Batman for us for this scene? And he's Batman, Bruce Wayne, and talking to Wonder Woman. And Greenwood wasn't there. So I go, sure, no problem. And I do Bruce Wayne. I do Batman in the moment. He's more Batman than he is Bruce Wayne, even though he's in his civvies. And Greg stops for a second and he goes, "You could play a good Batman." And I was like, "Yep, that sounds good to me." That was
wow.
the Joker getting back at me for saying I could play a good Batman. That's the Joker.
Perfection.
Going, "I'm sorry, what did you say? Really? I'll teach you a thing or two, Bats." And he just whacked me on the head.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. I don't know if we can beat that as an exit into all this. We just dismantled the set.
I'm not dead.
Alive in the Speed Force and our hearts, Jason. With that, I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap up because I don't know, like
Nobody touches this one. This one's mine.
Jason, thank you so much for joining me on Mainframe Comic-Con live. Thank you to the whole team for setting all this stuff up, and Drew in the back who's keeping all this thing running.
Yes, thank you guys. Appreciate
Looking
it.
forward to the next thing that comes up from you. Stay in the feed. We've got more great stuff coming for you. I'll be back to talk about Mad Cave Studios and their comics coming up in a little while. And Jason, this was a pleasure. I hope we get a chance to talk again. This was awesome.
Now I'm kind of afraid that I don't know. Somebody's coming to
We'll
get
see what
me.
happens next time. Yeah. Thanks, folks.
Bye, Arden.